Hello. So, because it hasn't been replaying necessarily, first of all, I'm just going to say hello, good, good evening, morning, night, day to you, wherever you wind up hearing this on whatever platform. I'm Poppet. Pixie's here. She'll be around here in just a little bit. Sorry that the music played even longer than it has lately. Sometimes it can play a really long time. So, um, we've got a lot more gobbledygook on the table tonight. That's sort of for everyone. We're going to talk about like just a little bit of something here for a minute. But it is for me as well. I'm part of everyone. So if the gobbledygook does not appeal to you individually, thank you for letting me entertain myself. It's not really entertainment. I'm trying to help myself clear some energy. Because I know, like, listen, I know that, like, politically, we've had lots of discussions going on about aggressive action for a while, and aggressive action goes on every day in the world, but sometimes it just hits harder, me personally and other people as well, and I can sometimes feel that and want to make sure that I'm, like, clear and as positive as possible when stuff like that goes on. So, you know, have on the table, right, are to in an effort to sort of change the vibration. I have my primary 3 archangels that I work with the most often, and we have the 2 that we talked about for Pixie the other day here because she's here a lot as well, and she has been gathering tools and things to sort of start building, for lack of a different term, an altar and a tool set by which to like keep herself like protected energetically so that like learning can be less stressful sometimes. So we have a few different things on the table. This I cannot remember what stone it is, but it is a Merkaba. And so it's not a Metatron's cube, it's a Merkaba, and it is part of sacred geometry, which is associated with Metatron. But also it's, you know, what you know, a lot of metaphysical type scholars, that this is, they believe, sort of in essence the shape of the soul, and then how other souls can combine together and almost form chains and things. And I've talked about this a lot in the past, but it's been a long time. But like my kiddo, like as soon as they could speak when they were little, had a lot of experiences like I did when I was little, but had a lot of pre-lifer type memories, which was not the case with me when I was young. So talked a lot about the family star and drew it over and over again and talked about it and talked about their experience learning about the family star when they were, you know, in what they called when they were really little, baby school before life. And at that particular time, of course, like I'd heard of the tree of life, the flower of life, Metatron's, you know, cubes and things like, but I had not heard of Merkaba at that particular point. So even though I'd been around a lot of woo-woo people and been participating, and, you know, just hadn't been something I'd encountered. So I was like looking it up, like family star, this shape, like pre-life experience, and found this, and then was just floored because a lot of it matched, like the information that was out there matched what my like 18-month-old was talking about all the time, which was crazy. So that's there, right? Just the shape of the soul. I can't remember. I can't remember what the stone is, unfortunately. And this is like a ginormous amethyst geode. This thing weighs like a lot. I'll turn it around so people can see the cool things, shapes and colors and stuff like that. Dragonflies for me are really like symbolic, but they also, you know, carry through so many cultures in terms of being like an image or a creature, or being that they use to discuss spirituality in all kinds of different cultures throughout like many centuries. And so that's there. And then this is azurite. It's actually, the crystals are actually quite shiny. The light's not catching them quite right. Azurite is something that Edgar Cayce, who's sort of, a famous, they called him the sleeping prophet. He was sort of a famous Christian reincarnationist medium type person, who was really open to combining all religions and spiritualities and things. When he had his dark night of the soul, I'm using air quotes because that's what they chose to call it, he actually went and spent some time in like azurite mines. And then of course, when azurite is just a different version of lapis lazuli, and so it usually grows alongside malachite too. So basically he was like in azurite, lapis, and malachite mines, like under the ground. I think it was somewhere in South America. And he was like sleeping out near the mines, going into the mines, trying to feel better, and sort of stumbled into it. It wasn't something like he intentionally went to do, but stumbled into it being something that was great for him. So that's just, for me, just symbolic, which almost everything is always symbolic, right? Like in a lot of ways, it doesn't matter why certain things work, whether they're placebo or not. If they work for you, use them to give yourself like joy and peace and healing, like, as long as it's not hurting yourself or anyone else. This is actually a carnelian. It's like a little carnelian bowl. Not polished on this side, which is cool. And it came with this little other carnelian stone, which was really pretty, right? I like carnelian, but the fact that it formed like a natural heart, I thought that was really cool. So that's why it's on the table tonight. We call this Jupiter in our house. I'd have to go back and look in my notes which stone this actually is. I'm going to change the lights because I think the brighter one will maybe pick up some of the sparkle a little bit better. I'm not sure. But in through here, it has like sparkly bits. And this thing's like heavier than a bocce ball or something. And then, of course, tourmaline, black tourmaline, which I have everywhere, and selenite, which I have everywhere. So those things are just, meant to be hopefully generating positive energy, clearing energy, promoting like love and all that stuff for anybody that might need it right now, for any reason, whether it's because they're affected by, global occurrences or just personal or both. So I also have, this is just salt, table salt, right? Normal salt. I mix it in with just a tiny pinch of sugar, right? To sweeten it up. It's for purification. And then this is just a cinnamon stick, right? A lot of different cultures use that to ward away negativity. So a lot of this stuff is stuff I use regularly. There are a few things that are just for people in general, because it's things that people that might come around understand. And then we have a blue candle because one of my like primary archangels is Michael, and he's of the blue ray, the blue light, blah, blah, blah. I'm not sure if I'm going to light it at this particular juncture, but I wanted to have it nearby because I have a feeling we might need it at some point here. And then we have got some Palo Santo right here. I'm going to light the clear end and get it smoking just a little bit. I don't want it to be smoking for too long because I don't want to set anything ablaze here or set off an alarm of any kind. But this is just, this is something some of us prefer to sage. It just purifies energy. People smudge their house with it. They smudge themselves with it. I prefer the smell. Also, there are some debates about in some native cultures that some types of sage can be cultural appropriation or something to that effect. So I don't want to be somebody that upsets anyone either. But I prefer Palo Santo. And so this is just for everyone that needs energy clearing at the moment. There's a lot, even if they don't recognize it, there's a lot of shift right now based on how everyone is feeling just all around the world. I'm going to open a window because I'm a little bit afraid it might set off like an alarm. So hold on one second. Okay, hopefully that will avoid the alarms going off. There's a window open and I sort of fanned the room with the door. And then if I do it again, the window will be open at least for a little while because I think we might need to do it again. So we're going to clear out a lot of stuff. Okay. So actually this is just a crystal vogel. That's the shape. People use it sometimes almost like as a wand or for like ceremonies, like utilize it sometimes opening and closing circle if that's something they practice, or for like cord cutting, cord thinning, which I think I'd recommend above cord cutting kind of things. But I just brought it because of the rainbow and the balance in the chakra system and things like that. Color for me is more important than some things. Whereas other people, everybody has a different preference, I guess is what I'm trying to say. We also have like our double black and rainbow moonstone heart, just because, again, we're just trying to generate love, whether it's like literal little doodle or whatever. And so I'm going to clear away some of this stuff, but it's going to be nearby. This, though, however, is super cool. This is, oh my gosh, like the world's heaviest amethyst. Not really the world's, but like it's something that I've had a long time. It has a lot of really cool like moonstone bits in it. It's like amethyst, like a ginormous amethyst geode. And I think it's cool that the moonstones wind up like over time they've been charged in the moon, it's gotten like it changes. Stones change for people that don't like pay a lot of attention to either geology or metaphysical, blah blah blah, whichever you prefer, right? Like, but when it's out actually like having like charging in the moon or the sun or whatever, things can change. And so I think it's interesting that it's developed an eye that was definitely not there when I first bought this. So that's okay. That's one of the eyes. So it's looking at you. And it's like a pretty eye too. It almost looks like the evil eye that's on the evil eye jewelry that a lot of people choose to protect themselves with. I think it's interesting that it just like totally formed naturally. Used to just sort of look like a patch of like rainbow moonstone, right? So it was just iridescent and white, and then this developed, which is interesting. And the other eye, hold on, I'm trying to turn it and find it, is a little less distinct. Actually, it looks to me like it's getting ready to like be two eyes, which is interesting. And oh my goodness, probably not going to be able to pick this up on the camera, but here the little exposed part of the geode actually forms a tiny little heart, which that's kind of new too since the last time we charged it. And then you can see the amethyst there deep in the geode aspect. All right, I'm going to move this away and some of these other things. I don't think you're deaf. I think I wasn't talking. I put these things away. And hammering water just because I need to clear out the sad cells. The cells are sad. They're crying. Okay, I'm going to put our archangels away. Michael and Raphael for me. Michael's sort of like a protector and the head of the archangels, sort of. Raphael is the green light. He's the healer. Anything to do with health and heart chakra, right? And then Gabriel is the communicator. And then these are two pixies. Metatron came with Jophiel the other day, and then we found out they're divine angelic counterparts. So they were out here to help us. I saw a bunch of decks, and I was like panicking, thinking I was dead during the reading. I'm pretty sure you're not dead, but I could talk to you if you were. Most of the time, anyway. So long as you wanted to talk to me, right? It's sort of up to them more so than anything. I love this little tray. You need to wipe it down, but it's just, you know, a little dictionary thing. It's Kate Spade. She always makes funny little knickknacks. And yeah, actually, I don't know why I put it away. I don't know what I think I'm clearing space for. Tap dancing. A bunch of decks. I mean, I put the angel stuff out. I'm more in love with the cockapoo bird than I ever was before. Like, I sort of knew who they were when you brought it up, right? But then I looked into more detail about them, and I just love them so much. It's probably because I have, conures. Well, had conures, have conure, and a finch. And they remind me of my conures. Let's let Ice T-Rex do a little walking. Would you like a reading, Elle? Oh, it's magic, you know. Oh no, see. There we go. See, Ice T-Rex. There we go. I was hoping I could at least make the circle bigger if he's going to walk in a circle, but apparently not. It's a ballerina. Are you cussing at me because I called you O, or what are the stars about? I see. Okay. I don't care if you call me Kit, by the way. That doesn't bother me. I won't be able to sort that. I know that that's not what that word was. I know what that word was, but I'm still saying I don't care about that. Okay. Ice T-Rex, you go to your bed. What kind of reading would you like? Would you like a general read? Do you have a specific question? We've not read you before, meaning I've not read you before. So just like everything, it will take a little bit of time to connect in some ways and potentially not so much in others. Okie dokie, artishoki. I'm trying to decide which deck I'm gonna use. Guides, what deck? This one? It's one of two. Is it this one? Or this one? Okay, I think we're going to wind up using both, actually, but we're going to start with this one. I haven't used it much this week. This is the Dark Mansion Tarot. It's the mini. I really wanted this deck, and it's wonderful and it's super fun. But I usually have like a price point, and it was always sitting over the price point of my preference. And I looked for a really long time for a mini deck to make sure that I liked it, because I thought, well, maybe I feel like I like it, but I'm not going to buy the full size deck unless I know like it really works. And so I couldn't find a mini deck. And this is slightly bigger than a mini deck. But where I found this, just in case anybody's ever looking, eventually I started to learn not to just search the deck or the mini deck or even like oracles, but to search storytelling games and board games. And sometimes you can find decks like that have been usually modified for size more than anything else, right? For storytelling games and things. And so I was so excited because it was like a tenth of the price or something crazy. I don't know why we're having trouble shuffling tonight, but I'm trying to get centered. Doodly-doo. And I still owe Sweet Sophie a call. She got back to me like yesterday night. I'm not sure, because I finally slept for a while and missed it. So I owe her a point of contact. Okay, you do not think about. I'm sitting here thinking about trying to get rid of the energy, the upsetting energy, which then just makes me think of that. I need to not think of that. I'm doing a pretty good job. Let's see. Do. Do you guys want me to use the second or something? Is that why there's trouble? All right. It's like, why? I'm not very dexterous. However, like this particular level of dexterity issue is not the norm. All right. This is the Tarot of the Divine. They had picked two. We'll see. I untangled myself from this cord. That's neither here nor there, but still important. Here we go. So I'm gonna know what fell out. The Empress fell out. This deck is cool. It's based on like fables and fairy tales and morality tales and allegories from all around the world. I'm gonna do shuffle quarters here, see if maybe it's just my hands or something tonight. So it's really cool because it's got storytelling and for like writers and things, like a lot of like energy from stories around the world over many generations. So it has cool symbolism. And if you don't understand it, of course, it makes the guidebook extra fun because it'll show you, like, tell you about the origin of the fable or story, and then you can read further about that particular thing if you want to. So I've learned new stories too doing this. Whomever is here observing, welcome in. I hope you're having a lovely evening. Please feel free to say hello if you would like. If you would rather just watch, love and light to you, baby. And if you're one of the people I owe a phone call to, or a text back at least, there's only two. And there's only one that, like, I feel like I should have returned before now, but I'm so glad I slept. That's a good thing. It's been a while. Hello, Leafson. How are you? I hope you're well. Leafson Pearsbraten? Well, I'm glad you're here. I'm Poppet. Yulsef there wants people to call him OP. I call him O and it annoys him. What would you prefer to be called? Pixie, my sitter, is around. She'll be around in a little while. And I'm glad you found us. We do, we offer free readings to, I offer free readings to newcomers. Getting ready to do one for O over there. I don't know that most people have that temptation there, friends. You may. I'm shuffling to do a general for O. I do tend to take a while, but you absolutely may. If you're able to stick around, we'd love that, and then I'll do that after O. But if for some reason you are not, hold on, let me give you my email because you still would be entitled to an initial free first read here. Let me give you the blah here. Here's my email, just in case like things go a little long. But of course, please do hang out. We would love that. All right, okay. I'm feeling a good energy shift. This is a good thing. This is a good thing. You're welcome, and we're glad you're here. I love meeting new folk. I've been doing this kind of woo-woo stuff for like a couple decades, but I'm sort of new to the internet. We've been here in and out like at different phases, but haven't built up much of anything. We get busy offline a lot, but we're glad you're here. New people are always good energy, especially new people that are seeking and curious. Skeptic or not, they are all welcome here. Okay, so angels, archangels, guides, and ascended masters, God, saints, Jesus, deities across all religions and spiritualities of the world. Order of the light and from the light, please watch over this reading. Help me to be able to do my very best to interpret any messages you would like to send through. Please help all messages be for the higher and greater good and edification of everyone involved. And most importantly, thank you. Thank you across the board for your help and focus and love and kindness. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, this is a general reading for O. You'd like a general reading for 5 and 5. I already heard that. Okay. General reading for O. Please, thank you. General for O. 3 more. Okay. General reading. 1, 2, 3, 7. All right. All right. If I can move this out of the way a little bit. They want me to shuffle more slowly. All right, guys. Too many. See what's at the bottom just in case it comes back. Okay. General for who is a little bit funny right now because he's skeptical, and that's fine, but he's also doing his best right now to try and block and see if I can get around it. Which I think is funny. See, this is too many. We'll see if they come back. Yeah, O is a friend from elsewhere, and so this is not exactly their bag, but they are willing to, they're open-mindedly receiving a reading to see what happens. General for O. Clarifiers for each one, please, and thank you. Okay. Yeah. All right. Oh, that's funny. That was the one that fell at the very beginning. Mm-hmm. It's way off. I just looked up at the chat. It is way off. See if changing the light will help a little, like the color of the light. That might change it a little bit, but not much. It's wanting to come. Ooh, yep, it fell. Wow. Alrighty, let's see what's on the bottom of the deck. Oh, I haven't. You know what? I had it closer, and I'll move it closer. Thank you. I think I still have that thing here. Let me loosen the arm. Move it a little closer here. I moved it out when I brought in all of those rocks earlier, the stones. So you're correct. You're correct. You probably could read them better. Thank you for pointing it out. Pix does that for me a lot too. She's like, make it bigger. It's like, oh yeah, I forget I can do that. What? You guys can't see it the way I can because I'm in the same room with it? What's your problem? Come on, little thing. Ooh. Can't figure out where the little tightener is for this one. The little knob. All right, well, that's better than nothing. It's a little closer anyway. All right, I'm going to take a look at these and see what's going on here. As usual, per usual, I'm going to fall quiet for a second here. See what I can hear. Mhm. Those last two are, it's interesting that they're together. Like that's big energy. I might ask for some clarifiers here. One more time. I have notes on certain things. I have trouble with certain numbers. Okay. I don't know what we're talking about. Let's clarify here. Let's see what's going on. Hi, Cat. Looking at chat before I start gabbing. Okay, Cat says good, just dropped in. Pixie advertised for stream. Thank you. You've not seen Cat before. You guys haven't met. Cat, please meet. Oh. It's Tango. Who are you dancing with? Okay, so I'm gonna clarify some things here, but like this here at the very end is the tower with the death as its clarifier. That's like a lot of like change energy, and then like the bottom of the deck was walking away. Um, but I'm going to ask. So look at the beginning here. This is talking about like, and we'll tie it all together like we do with clarifiers, but let's talk about like deception. From Empress is could be it's the mother of the tarot, so that could literally mean mother. It could mean nurturing female that you're connected with, right? But I need a clarifier because I'd like to know which direction the deception went. I suspect which direction it went, but I'm not certain. And then you've got Justice over the King of Cups. This is talking about really mastering emotional responses, and in the attempt to try and be fair in whatever situation this is that we're talking about. And again, I don't know yet, but it's a strong attempt to be fair. Then it talks about experiencing rudeness while socializing, or being rude while socializing. I'm not, again, I need my connective tissue here that I haven't laid out yet, but then it talks about a person who is really like protective of someone or something. And I think it's a someone because there's like sort of a lot of affection energy. Now this definitely is more of like perhaps romantic, but definitely not mother type energy, right? And then it talks about enormous change. I mean, enormous, like an enormous shift, because it's the Tower with the Death card supporting it, right? So it's starting over, knocking things down and starting over. That could be conceptually, literally, and, sort of being birthed anew in some ways, and walking away. But we're going to get clarifiers on walking away from what. Let's see. All right, so can I, what's going off? My phone, of course. It's a pretty song, but it's a loud song. Stop it. Hold on. Let's mute because it's going to get really loud with a rooster sound. Okay, the rooster that I can't make shut up, finally. Okay, let's ask for clarifiers here. Okay, can we please get a clarifier? I mean, I'm probably going to ask for a lot of them, but let's get a clarifier about like this like confession of some sort of deception, or and like which, like who is confessing to whom, or can I get a clarifier that explains this scenario to me? Thank you. A clarifier here. Do we get two? We got two. Do we want both? Okay. Hit the ground first. Okay. While we're doing that, this makes sense to me, but it's just clear things. You know what? Like, do we need a clarifier for that one? Okay. Let's move on to here. You explain to me better about that particular dynamic. Woo! Wow. Okay. Woo! And about this, who these people are. Woo. Both again? Okay. Okay, then we'll move on when we can move on here. So, Knight of coins to Knight of. I don't like that. Like, but that's just somebody that cares about. Oh, okay. I need one more, actually. Get one more. I understand like what this is saying, but about whom? Worlds colliding. Okay, aside from using tarot, just intuitively, can you show me again one more time who? I think this is a girl. Everything fell on the floor. Good golly. Okay, some of this I can't say. Please show me who just. They're making me work for this particular piece of information. Are we not supposed to have it? Are we supposed to have it? Okay. Okay. This is about a girl. It's about a girl. I'm not looking at chat yet, but let me just tell you what is here. So if you've said you're stupid, this is wrong. I can't see chat. I don't have my spectacles on. So, okay. So I wanted some clarification. Okay. So it starts off as like, sort of like, there was sort of between, between you and a feminine energy. And I was trying to clarify who, because since this can be the mother card sometimes, but it also can just be feminine and nurturing and that kind of thing. I wanted to get some clarifiers here. Okay, so it's talking about sort of confessing something that's been sort of concealed from some feminine energy person, right? And then it talks about not like being sort of frustrated by the amount of work that needs to be put in. I don't know if it's exactly to get their attention, but it feels that way because one of the things clarified was that it's somebody that either you perceive to have a lot of options or has a lot of options in some capacity or other. Also, there's something that I don't want to say, but it's like somebody that would call you something specific, potentially, like when you're engaging. So anyway, there's sort of like a frustration with, having to be patient and sort of a resignation to like, oh, this is not going to happen. Like, so there's just like a fluctuation between like, oh, I'm impatient. Oh, I need to let it go. And then it's like, I'm impatient. So this is a cycle here, and it's trying to find balance in the way you feel about this person. And so, but it's gone back and forth. And some of that element is you do perceive them to be something, I shouldn't say something, to be in possession of traits and energies that many people are interested in and or covet, however you want to phrase it. And that, feel a little bit like pressure, right? It's reading like it feels like pressure. Oh my gosh, like they could just go off and be with anyone. Now, whether that's correct or not, I'm not sure. Like, even if they could go off and be with anyone, I haven't asked, do they want to, right? I have not asked that question. But that is that, like, you've perceived it that way. And so then that adds more, like, sort of internal strife for you as you're trying to be like, oh, like this is taking too long to resolve. I don't really know how they feel. That kind of thing. And then going back to, okay, I'm resigned to be patient about it and just let it play out. There's this you're trying to strike balance, and it's hard. So, some days, it's kind of hot, In this particular case, some days it's kind of hot between the two, and some days, it's sort of a bummer. And then it talked about, putting a lot of, trying to really access emotional maturity, to be fair, to not, because it sort of feels a little bit like, oh gosh, I think sometimes, I expect someone to be a mind reader a little bit. I'm trying to be fair. I may be misperceiving some of things that I see going on elsewhere, or that I hear about going on elsewhere, whatever the case is, right? And so I need to be fair. I need to be really approaching this with a lot of emotional maturity and apply some patience. Although this says here, right? So this right here is about, sort of some rudeness in a social situation, and the rudeness, the style of rudeness is it's like they're making you wait. Now, again, that could be that you feel like they're really making you wait. But it feels rude. It feels like, am I like hearing you right? Yeah. Okay. So sometimes to you, it feels like I've like come here just to see you or hang out with you or talk to you, whatever. And like, I'm just waiting and waiting and waiting. It feels rude. It feels like, even if you don't understand like all the things that are going on in my head, because either I haven't told you or you haven't heard me properly, whatever it is, still, even just as somebody who's like a friend, all of this like sort of waiting just feels a little bit rude to me sometimes. And again, I haven't asked if they're making you wait on purpose, right? I just want to clarify that. But that's sort of how it's feeling, right? And then this here is about sort of really wanting, really like wanting to possess is the wrong word, right? Possess is too strong of a word, right? But really wanting to enfold that person and be like, mine, at least for right now, like for this time. I want this time to be our time together. And, because I really like you and I'm trying to find out more and I'm trying to explain myself to you. I want time to tell you things or to express things. And so the temptation to sort of try and control the situation is strong. And also, it does feel a little bit like, you're still working on the tools that it takes to sort of balance out that need to be like, oh gosh, if all of this is going to go on, then I need to get you like alone so I can know what's going on. So there's a great temptation, to pull them away, to pull her away and just sort of take up all her time because you like her, right? Like you think she's awesome and you really want to figure out what the balance is. Because I mean, like I can see, right? In some ways she has liked you too, or still does. I haven't asked about how she feels really, but there's indicators, right? Like that she has enjoyed time with you as well. And, so, it's a little bit confusing. Now, this, I have not asked for clarification, but it is like, this is really big. Like, I'm going to, all right, everything's got to change here. I'm at the point where everything's got to change. I either need to change how I relate to you. We need to change our dynamic and communicate what we want it to be. Because I'm like about to walk away because this up and down, back and forth feels like a lot to me. Okay, I'm going to read the chat because I could be like way far off. I'm not really sure. Okay, hold on here. Let me go back and see what's going on. Okay. Oh, said I'm here looking at a proper screen. That's Tango. Okay. Run it by me again. My two screens weren't lined up. Okay, that was a long time ago, so I may have to. Okay, I see. My screens should be lined up, so help me. All right. Let me think about if anyone has confessed to anything or anyone has withheld or lied about anything. Okay, then you said, I confessed to someone that I was infatuated with them, but everyone has been pretty honest. That might be a soon happen, not present or recent card. I'm not sure which card that was. Let me know when you want another card clarified. Then there's like a pink mouth man. I don't know what he's doing, if he's trying to yell at me or get attention or whatever. I'm not sure. Then you said, I'm not certain if that's one thing or another, but you're picking up what is specific to me and not something everyone has going on. This isn't what you think it is, but the cards are very likely onto something. To be fair, holy shit. Rude, making me wait. Okay, yo, is this your reading? Yes. Awesome sauce. She keeps describing exactly what's happening for one person, then another, back and forth, back and forth. Okay. I'm sorry, I can't always look at what's going on there while I'm trying to listen here and read here and figure out at least the basics for what's happening. So, what needs clarification for you? Well, while I'm waiting, and I promise this time, look back at the chat. One to clarify, like, who is this? Like, where it's like, big change, need a big change, might walk away. Who is this? Can you guys clarify who? Whoop, that flew. Where'd it go? Okay, well, this is interesting. This is a compromise card. So it didn't say who, but it did say a big change is coming, or desired. There's a desire to walk away. But when I asked, can you tell me more about it? They're talking about a compromise being struck. Well, this is everything so far. Yeah. So, we're doing a general, right? So we started off generally, and then a lot of times what happens is people ask if we're on the right track, right? They ask for clarification about certain things, or I move on and ask for clarification about certain things. I'm glad you're here, Leifson. Please meet Pixie, who is now in chat. This is Leifson. They've come in for the first time today, so I'm excited. New friend. And Kat, I believe, is in here too. And Leifson met before. Okay, so walking away or a compromise, surrender. Well, when I asked for clarification on this, because it's big energy, right? It's like something's got to change, right? But that could be a feeling, right? That's why I asked for a clarifier, because it's like something's got to change, or I'm just going to have to walk away. Like, this is too much for me. But then the compromise card came up. This is a compromise. So, it's not, doesn't seem to be at this point like one or the other, compromise or walk away, right? This seems like a compromise would be either is something that's happened, or is something that you and this person, guys, what did you say? Um, okay, I'm just gonna wait on that. Okay, so this just, I don't know if this conversation is taking place, this compromise, or if this is um a lot is a lot of this gone on in like your head and your heart and not necessarily been expressed. Let me read what you wrote again. Hold on. I'm not certain if that's one thing. Okay. Isn't what you think it is. The cards are very likely. This isn't what I think it is. What did that mean? Oh, it has. It was painful. I'm sorry about that. So the compromise was painful. Um, did you, now this feels like a soap opera. Did you walk away? We've had the conversation. Surrender. Okay, walk away. Yeah, okay, so when you asked, what did you ask? Hold on. Meow, 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 meow. the confession or deception card. Okay, so this was more like about what just happened. Like some little stone just like fell, and I don't know where it fell from. Like a little, like actual, like little crystal just like fell here. I don't know. It's green. It's like a little fake emerald eye. It's probably so too hard to see, but like it fell right on these cards, and I'm not wearing jewelry with that on, so I don't understand. But anyway, so that confession card was like about like all of these, like these feelings. And so that's what that wound up being. I wasn't sure, like if somebody had, if it was strictly about deceit, but it was more about like, sitting on strong feelings and thoughts about something. But that conversation or confession or whatever has already happened, you have to walk away a bit. Okay, so has all of this made sense? If this makes sense, I can move them away and we can ask for clarification, or you can ask something slightly different on the topic. What would you like to do? These are not my cards. Is that because it's pending and you don't really want to know? I mean, like, there's no way to know. Like, it's the future, right? So if it's the future, like, we can find out do our best anyway to find out how someone's feeling like now, or how they felt about all this in the past, right? The future is, there are likelihoods, right? Like, guides can see likelihood based on everything that's going on right now, and a lot of times they're very correct. But there's free will. There's so many things that technically can change. Usually they're close when they do an estimate of what's to happen next. Partially, I think, in some ways that I don't even understand, they can see a little bit ahead of time. And then in other ways they can, I think, I'm suspecting, like, they're really good at understanding the pattern and flow of something. You can say fucking here, like, it's not gonna bother me or anyone else. Fuck it, I pick dare and truth or dare. If the truth is gonna kill me, so be it. Ask them about the person who's making me wait. Yeah, I mean, I can ask. I mean, what my inclination says, right, is to ask, through this process, how was that person, what was their response, right? What, like, through the process we just discussed, how did they really feel about it? Because maybe they told you, right? And you fully understand it. I don't know. Maybe they told you, but they weren't able to thoroughly express it. Maybe they didn't express much at all. They just told you how it was going to be or not be. So I don't know what you want to know, but I can ask, how did they feel about that process? How are they feeling about you now, if that's something you want to see? Wait, I'm trying to understand what you mean. You haven't talked about the person who is making you wait. You mean this was not about them, or you're saying you haven't talked to me about it? Oh, that's interesting. So when I said I'm not going to say that yet because I asked the guides, I was like, is this one person or two? They said two, but I was like, well, I'm not going to ask that yet because I'm trying to read what he's saying. Okay, compromised person doesn't make me wait, and I don't want to be alone with them per se, or with a person who makes me wait. Well, you had strong feelings you needed to tell them about, but it didn't. I mean, I guess it technically didn't say love. The thing I was being careful about saying was a little bit like sexy times in nature. you know, nothing like extraordinarily insane, but a little bit. But I don't know who that was. So if I mean, you know your life, and the guides did say there were two people. So like, either you can ask for clarification in the situation on one of those people, or I could just do just a real quick thing on both. If you want to know like what their status, how they're feeling about your individual scenarios. I don't know. It was it was attached to the one where there had been some sort of confession, where there had been some sort of revealing of what looked like feelings, and that you felt like had tons of options. It seemed connected to that story. The waiting person. Okay. And so then the waiting person, hold on, I need to make sure I'm understanding what you've typed, because I'm a fool walking away, or a compromise, surrender. It was painful. We've had the conversation. I'm having to walk away a bit. Okay, let's see. The truth is going to kill me. So we asked about the person who's making me wait. The person that is making you wait. What do you want me to ask about the person who makes you wait? Just how they're feeling about what your dynamic together, or about a conversation you had. Just like, since we're clarifying, if you can tell me like sort of, what am I supposed to ask? Like, what are they thinking and feeling? What to do about them? So you don't want to know anything about their perspective. You just want like advice on how to handle the person that's making you wait. How to approach. Oh, you haven't talked yet. So you want to know how to approach. Are you saying, can you show me how to approach? Or you said handle, right? Did you say that? What to do about them? So do you mean how to approach and handle them, or just do you mean like you're looking for like, should I just like walk away, let them come to me? That's what I'm trying to. You haven't talked yet, so are you? I guess what I'm trying to find out is, are you trying to say, hey, what's going to happen if we talk, or are you trying to say, hey, should I even talk to them about it, whatever it is? That's what I want to know, because some of this I could do with rods if it's yes and no. Love. Ask about what to do about them. Is it hopeless? Do I approach? Okay. All right. Is it hopeless to approach? Should I really confront them? You know what? Okay. So I'm going to bring the rods out first to clarify, because it'll help me choose a direction here. All right. And then, okay. Angels, archangels, guidance, and masters, God, saints, Jesus, deities across all religions, spiritualities, please watch over and protect us. Please help all answers be for the higher and greater good of everyone involved, for the edification of everyone. Please, when we use any tools, watch over and protect all pathways, gateways, only allow in that which you approve of. Is of kindness and good intent. My sleeves up here. Now, of course, it's hard to see the, where I have these locked against my body, but I do. Some of the people in the room have seen it. I've got to figure out a way to like make the rods more visible, but that works for now. So we already have somebody tapped in. Yep. Okay. Okay, can I ask, this angelic energy, okay, is there, I know the tech interferes a little bit, do we need more energy? Okay, we're good? All right. I mean, you've already answered based on what we normally do, but just to clarify, can you please show me what a yes would look like? Okay. And what a no would look like? Thank you. Can you show me how to quantify? Thank you. Can you show me directionals? Whee! Okay, thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, so I'm asking about to help us do our approach, and this is about, again, the calling them again? The waiting. Okay. Okay, can we ask some questions about O and the what we're who we're referring to as the waiting person? Yes. Okay. We're just trying to get some clarification so that oh, I need to ask you a question in my head too. Yeah. Okay. So the questions are going to be, Angel, ask what to do about them. Is it hopeless? Does he approach? Does he confront them? Okay. So all right. So this situation between O and the waiting person, is this what you, based on your perception and higher point of understanding, is this a hopeless situation? No. Okay. Um, O is asking, does he, I mean, and again, we'll use cards to clarify more specifically, but he's asking, should he approach them to have a conversation? Yes. Okay. Um, and then he's asking about confrontation. I'm not sure exactly what, but do you guys know what he's talking about in confrontation? Okay. So then the question is, so again, to clarify, does he approach? Yes. Okay. Um, Based on what your understanding of what he wants to do, should he, the word he's using is confront them? Yes. Okay. Do you mean that? Oh, are you really asking, are they dangerous? Will they get me? And also, or was that silliness? And then, will they get me? Does that mean will they understand me, or does that mean are they dangerous? Will they get me? That feels like it was silly, but I'm not sure. Oh, I lost Pix. I was going to bring her up so we could talk like when I was done with this. Okay, a woman. She. Okay, are they dangerous? Will they get me? Are they dangerous, like to your heart, you mean? Will they understand me? Okay, thank you. Okay. Guide. All right. Um, so this woman, is asking, are they, and in the way he's asking, I think he's asking, are they sort of dangerous to my heart and things like that? Okay. So that's what he's asking. That wasn't an answer about, was he dangerous? Okay. So are they, in the way that he's asking, is this woman dangerous to O? No. Okay. And they do. I already did that. If they know what you mean by dangerous. Um, then the next question is, will they be able to understand what O is? No. Okay. So are they dangerous for O? No. Will they understand O? No. If he were to change, now you said like he should confront and converse and things like that. Yeah. Okay. Um, so if when he does that, he changes his approach, or the way he chooses to have certain conversations, will there be more understanding then? Okay, it's like a little yes. Um, are you guys saying, like, I feel like you said this might come out of left field for that person. Is that accurate? Yeah. Is it possible? Do you feel like that's true? Oh, that it might come a little bit out of left field for them? Like that they don't. Guides, are you meaning like they sort of, whatever the conversation is or the approach, are you saying like this woman doesn't necessarily see it coming? Yeah. Okay. Um, if it happens though, even if she didn't see it coming, will she be able to have some understanding as to why the conversation is happening? Yeah. A little, like it's sort of a partial yeah. Um, but so you're saying, so like she'll be capable of understanding why it's happening. Okay. Um, but she doesn't see it coming. Is that correct? Okay. And I'm trying to understand why she wouldn't see it coming. It shouldn't, you mean it shouldn't confuse her? Yes, it says. They're saying yes. Do you say yes? Guides, well, I'm waiting to see if he agrees that, like, um, about what we just said. Um, so since you said it would be like the woman doesn't see the conversation coming. That's true. Okay. But she will understand it to some extent when it happens. Okay. Um, now, is that because in any way, is this person, I'm going to ask it sort of two different questions on the same topic. In any way, is this person sort of playing a game of sorts with O? A little bit of a yes. Okay. And is it something that they are doing? Are they consciously playing a game with O? No. Okay. So they're sort of playing like subconsciously, sort of subconsciously there's somebody that sort of messes with people's like feelings a little bit. Okay. But it's not like, hey, I really want to mess with him. So do they really like, are they saying I really want to like mess with his head? No. And are they trying intentionally to mess with? Okay, no. But your advice still is to approach this woman, okay, and to explain why they are approaching that woman, okay, and um, and you're saying it will be a surprise to her, okay, but um, she'll be able to understand it once there's some explanation, sort of like a half yes. Is there a way to explain whatever this is going on for O? Is there a way that he can choose to explain it that would better enhance her understanding? No. Um, is she, um, I'm going to say this before I ask this question. Nobody's perfect, and we all have different things, strengths and weaknesses. Um, is communication like direct, let me put it that way, is direct communication sometimes a challenge for this woman? Yes. Um, and I'm trying to understand why that might be. Is that just sort of across the board in her entire life? Yes. Um, okay, so if it's a byproduct of um, like youth, where she just doesn't have like sort of a grasp. Well, okay, we'll say youth initially, but sometimes people might have a grasp on themselves even if they're older. But is it a byproduct of either being like younger or not having strong self-perception, um, or is it? Um, we'll start with this question and then we'll narrow it down. So is it a byproduct of being younger or not having good self-perception? Or is it a byproduct of sort of universally playing games with people on either a conscious or a subconscious level? Which is it? Okay, so you're saying it's more communication issues are more either like youth or like sort of not having like a strong understanding on even what like on themselves and what they need and think and feel and stuff like that. Okay. So they themselves are sort of across the board to some degree, either right now, like it's either a phase or it's been a long time, but they are not working to, is this accurate? This woman is not working very hard to be towards being self-aware. That's true. Okay. And is that okay? So it was a byproduct. Is it are they not working to be towards being self-aware because again, there's a youthfulness or some sort of naivete about even like do they not even know that they're not self-perceptive, or is this a mode of self-protection that they've sort of installed in their behaviors? So is this not even knowing that they like aren't very self-aware, or is it something that they installed in their behaviors to be self-protective over some period of time? Okay, so it's like they don't even really know that they're not super self-aware. Okay. And so they're also in a place for whatever reason where they've never chosen to work on being self-aware. Is that true? Okay. Pop, you're good. Close the door. Stop asking them, please. Okay. Do you need any other clarification? If you feel like not right now, but maybe later, you know where to find me. If you feel like not at all, that's fine too. If you have a question, now ask it. Because if we're going to move on, as the kids say, of crashing out like sleepy times, crashing out like emotionally, and you need a break. Okay. Well, I'm glad they were spot on. Like I want to be helpful to anyone. I'm sorry if it confused you. I'm used to it confusing me because it has nothing to do with me, right? Like I'm getting advice from elsewhere, so they know what's going on and you know what's going on. But a lot of times it's not something that necessarily has to hold significance for me. So I'm oft confused. She should be very good at looking inside of her. Well, just depends on the topic too, I'm sure. We didn't ask about that. There are different topics. Some people have trauma in certain areas and they're blind if they got broken, you know. Interesting. Work on herself and talk about it. That's interesting that that's the perception, but guides are saying she's not aware. So I will say, first of all, the rods wouldn't lie. So it's either because guides, they don't lie. They can withhold, but they don't lie. So it's either my energy misinterpreting, or me not asking the question the right way, but they don't lie. Just like Shakira's hips. I'm a weirdy pants. But I'd be interested if you're really good at bookmarking things, though. So I'm interested both interpersonally and energetically why that might be. Work on yourself and talk about it. So we'll table that. Leaf is here. Is it okay to call you Leaf? And what kind of reading would you like? And oh, thank you for being open-minded enough to try reading. I really appreciate it. And also, I'm always glad you're here. I don't want to grow up. I'm a Toys R Us kid. Because if I did, I wouldn't be a Toys R Us kid. I do not know why that's in my head. I don't know how bad the lag is. Lifeson. See, I wondered. That's why I was like, is it Piers Bratton? And then it's Lifeson. Thank you. I appreciate clarification in all ways, so thank you. So Lifeson, a love reading would be great. Perfect. We're going to start here. I apologize, in like less than 45 seconds. Oh, to clarify, I'm grabbing a deck that I want. Hold on. Okay, darling Lifeson, would you like a general love reading or a specific one? I'm going to use the Playful Heart Tarot to start. Then I grabbed a deck by Bethany, who is an amazing reader and deck designer here on the Tubes of You. It's going to be for Lifeson. I know there's a lag, but I'm going to get the energy for Lifeson up in here. It's going to be a love reading for Lifeson. Just need to know if it's general love or a specific love. Ooh, well, we also need to control our hands. It's going to be a love reading for Lifeson. Specific, okay. Would you like to ask your specific question? If it is another thing that's helpful to me, my guides don't necessarily give me symbolism in like astrology, but they do sometimes give me elements like earth, air, water, fire. So if this is about you and someone, or even someone in particular, knowing just their element would be helpful. And also, if you have a specific question, we can start there. Ah, that's nice. You know when their birthday is? If you don't, that's cool. But knowing just like your element would be nice. Now I've got a old standard song in my head that I got a crush on you, sweetie pie, all the day and night time. Hear me sigh, the world will pardon my mesh. I got a crush on my baby on you. There are two persons in my life. One Aries, and the crush and coworker is a Libra. See, that's why I said persons. I am somebody that lives a person's lifestyle too. You are a Scorpio. Okay. You're a Scorpio, and one is Aries. Your crush coworker is a Libra. So, are we reading initially about the Libra? Therefore, it would be you, water, and them, air. That's lovely too that you make music. I mean, that's an old standard, right? Like, I'm not sure I remember who wrote that, but Ella sang it, and Sinatra sang it, and I mean, just a standard. Yes, about the Libra. So, would you like a general about you and the Libra, or do you have a specific question? Like, because it's a crush, are you saying how are they feeling, or do you just want to see what it looks like between you and the Libra at this point? I'm sorry if there's a lag too. I'm not really sure. I haven't paused to check in to see how long the lag is tonight. Sometimes it's 8 seconds. Sometimes it's 20. So if I speak over your typing or something, I'm sorry. Man, now my head is just, it's streaming all songs that have the word crush. That's what I do. I am also, if like there's music playing, usually jazz, but sometimes classical, that doesn't have words to distract me. My brain does this really obnoxious thing where it drops visually, like I keep seeing it drop the note on the staff as it's played, and it drives me bats. General super. Okay. All right. So this is for Lifeson and the Libra. That could be like Peter and the Wolf. Like it could be orchestrated. So again, guys, this is going to be a general information about Lifeson and the Libra, the crush from work. What can we see about the dynamic friendship or relationship or energy between Lifeson, the Scorpio, and the crush Libra? How many more shuffles? Okay, 3. Okay. And then we and Lifeson and the Libra. Some information about their connection, their dynamic. the relationship. Please and thank you. Let me see about that. 30. All right. They always remind me to go slow with this. Just nutty, but we'll find out. Yep, see, that's exactly why they have me go slow, but let's just see what's in here. That's the one that hit bottom. Okay, so Lifeson and Libra, please, and thank you. Ooh, see, they're flipping, but that bottom one is the one that flipped. But let's try again. Is this ring is getting in the way. I think it got loose because the air conditioning kicked in here. There we go. Lifeson and the Libra, please. There we go. Bump that with the side. Can you tell me, is it this? Okay, the first two for sure. Let's clarify. Is this 2? This one? Did you guys drop all 5 at once? Okay. Okay, we'll start here and see what happens because I think I'm understanding. When they drop all 5 at once, sometimes it's like, how? This is a lot of major arcana though here. All right, let's get clarifiers. Life's in the Libra. Yeah, now I've been hearing Peter and the Wolf in my head since I said that. That was a mistake on my part, man. Okay, can I please have a clarifier for each? I will go slower. Okay, that's interesting because that has now officially returned from one of those. It was actually with this like whole group that fell. It was next, but I wasn't convinced that it was supposed to be there. When they decide to be good, they're very, very good. But I test it too much too. Like I'm sure they're irritated with me. Okay. These two as well? No. All right. Life's in the Libra. You guys want both? Okay. They came back, so yeah, they'll punish me later for doubting them because yep, this came back also. Let's see what's at the bottom of the deck. And this came back. Wow. Alrighty. I'm getting spanked for being doubtful. I'm glad you're here, Pixie. Okay, well, I'm at a stopping point and I looked up. I'm going to let you in now. I'm so sorry. At least I'm trying to. Hello. I'm going to enlarge the screen again, but hello.
Hello.
I'm sorry, like I kept missing like a window where a stopping window to let you in. Let you in. I'm glad you're here.
That's all.
All right. Well, what's interesting about this actually so far, before like I even like look at it, right? You know, this, I mean, in terms of like Libra, right? This couldn't be more obvious. This is a major arcana card, right? It's justice, but there they are, like right there, which I think is interesting. I do a lot of more like intuitive reading than literal sometimes. So if we're talking extra about interest, you know, being interesting, like this Libra here, like has a heart, like on like right over their throat chakra, like that's interesting too. And then actually that's a heart there in the center of their body as well. That's part of the scales. And then this is the apple, and this is the seeds for the apple, which is again an interesting thing. And there's a lot of major arcana in here for you guys. So I see why you might have a crush, right? There's a lot, there's big energy. So there's 10 cards so far on the bottom, right? And we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 major arcana cards. So really it's half of what fell. I do too, life. And I like it when they come back too, because and sometimes I do that. Like I sort of am like, I'm pretty certain they just said, yep, just lay those all out, but I don't want to make a mistake. So I recycle, and a lot of times the exact same ones come back no matter what happens. And so that feels reaffirming, which I appreciate them doing, you know, at all times, always. Okay, I'm going to take a look at these things, but I do think it's awesome that they like dropped right in the middle there. That's interesting too. Five of Pentacles. Okay. Let's read over my personal like things on the cards before I let my brain just go wherever the guys wanted to. And that's really interesting to get there as well. Like there's a lot of sort of seemingly slightly dichotomous things happening here. understand this. I understand this. There's a lot of dichotomy. Okay, so somebody, and I'm going to ask for clarifiers, but somebody has come off something chaotic recently, like, and I don't know if it's them or you, so I'm interested to know. I mean, I have a feeling, but I would really like some confirmation. Yeah, I want some clarifiers here. Okay. It's like this is coming off of, I don't know which way it goes, right? So that's why I'm interested in, right? Like someone is coming off of, like a really rough time, right? Now it's, and then it's being supported, right, by the sort of joy and experience of your, I think, your friendship, right? Like your togetherness, or however you want to phrase it at this particular juncture. Um, we're going to get a lot of clarifiers though, because I would like to know directions. Let's see. So it's like, yeah, like happiness and like moving away um, like still sort of healing from that, but then there being like sort of, a lot of like support and a coming together, like some sort of unification that's supporting that, right? And then there's all this new um, nurturing energy, and like, which is creating a metamorphosis. And I think it's them that walked away from something, um, based on what we see now. And then like all of this, like, patience and understanding just came crashing in, like almost like to save the day, is how it's looking so far, right? Again, I'm always slow to like put the full story together, but it came rushing in, like from like a situation where, like, I mean, like this the King of Swords inverted can be almost like living under a dictatorship. Like it can be that extreme, and like reckless dictatorship, and like it ends in manipulation. So I'm still going to ask for clarifiers here. I understand this one. Can you guys give me a little bit more on that? Like who that is? Okay, that just fell. Wow, like all of this really dichotomous. Happy home, but some self-pity and regret, or happy life, self-pity and regret, or just sadness. And then still feeling broken, but having support. Is that you? See what you've said. Okay, love the cards came back. Chaos is mine from me. I wrote her song and told her that started chaos. What does that word mean? Dichotomy? It means sort of really opposite energies, really opposite, right? So it'll be like super happy, but really running away, or like really peaceful, but fast. I'm trying to be calm, but really fast in a really fast way, or, so it's interesting. So you're saying that chaos, I mean, I read what you wrote, right? The chaos is you from you. You wrote a song and told her that started chaos. So, I mean, this is definitely water everywhere, right? So like, this is like happy home, right? But still like, but there's still some element of sadness and sort of youthful idealism. And something though that like, even with the support of others, like there's still recovering from, there's still recovery. Recovery from, can you guys show me from what? I do think it's interesting that you said I wrote a song and caused chaos, because look at this. This is the Page of Cups. Do you see the, I don't know, can you see the notes? I see. Okay. I think this is interesting though, that there's the song. So it was a really happy, okay. All right. Okay. Thank you. That actually helps me. That helped me. But this good stuff comes after, right? So you guys were really, I'm assuming that what I'm assuming that sort of what you're saying is like, what I'm trying to ascertain, I would like to ascertain it through from the guides and the cards. Who was happy? Okay, so this is like, you know, a really happy together, you know, it's a couple of people. And I see the music literally, it's literally right there. And it's talking also about not wanting to let it, this is the let it go, say goodbye card, which is actually not standard for the tarot, but Kitten Chops, who designed this deck, added it. But it's reversed, right? So it's saying, you know, hold on, trying, you know, hold on. And there is like, it's a very supported though, like that's what I'm trying to understand. So there is, I always get there, but this also can talk about employment. So like it makes sense that like that's workplace, right? Did something, okay, no, I'm not gonna look up yet because I want to know what the guides are saying. Yeah, so this is talking about, this can be about like distress at work, right? Sometimes it can even mean unemployment. Um, but also, you know, it's like talking about like happiness and connectivity. So I guess, okay, all right, based on what you've said, it says, you know, that makes sense to some degree. Like, you know, at work, there's happiness and connectivity and like a really happy union, but that turned like emotional and like a little bit distressing. And you're saying that yourself too. So it is reflected in what you said. Um, did has there been trouble like with the I haven't asked the guides. I'm sorry, I'm jumping ahead because you've told me things. Okay, let's see. Um, and then it talks about like nurturing energy and transformation. And then here's this is oh, that's where I wanted to get a clarifier. What is it that caused um can you guys show me what connects those? It's a little dark in here today. Okay. Hmm. Okay. Okay. It's coming in really fast. Then I need clarifiers on this, please, guys. Is the connective tissue there, please? Those two. Okay. Major Arcana, though. Oof. Okay, so let me tell you, some of this is about like what I've read from, you too, to be fair. So I've learned more from you than I actually normally do, but I appreciate it because, we can fine tune. If that's how this is going to go, we'll do it. We can always do it whatever way. So yeah, I see the happiness. The song even comes in. Okay, so then, there is some upset, and even though like there's still like an understanding about like there being support and joy, there is like some sort of upset. And then there is like, but there still is this really strong like nurturing vibe and like sort of evolution, like which means, of course, like coming into quick change. And then what it looks like here is she sort of ran away because she was scared, um, more so than anything. It doesn't look necessarily like being scared of like in fear, it's more like scared of feelings or scared of messing something up. I haven't asked for a clarifier, right? But it looks like even though like there was some running away for feelings in essence, like pretty, there still was like this right after that, there was this really sort of still supportive, patient, like energy where it's like, no, 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 you don't have to run away. Like right away, like there's a response where it's like, no, 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 you don't have to like worry, everything's going to be okay. But then this is about work, right? There's, like, this is, it makes me wonder if somebody's job, either were you guys worried that your jobs would be in danger? Because this is sort of almost like a sort of extremely chaotic response. This fear response comes as a byproduct of like, I don't know if your boss is a dick too, but it sort of feels like that. Like, but it comes as a response to like worrying that like maybe like the boss man or woman, the boss is moody, and it's sort of whichever day, like way the wind blows is sort of how the response will be. Because there's sort of some part of this strong response over here, this strong like sort of fear response was about work. And I just heard them say like betrayal, but like who? Let me see what you've said here. Wow, we work super well together, but now we can hard face each other. I told her still she needs my help at work a lot. Oh, after I told her still she needs help. I love the hold on card message. Yeah. Yes, she ran exactly. I was worried. Yes, about my job. So she ran away. This here, since you're telling me, right? Like I'm gonna ask because I'm nosy. So this like running away, right? But then this immediate response, like, no, 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 everything's gonna be okay. Like, and it's a fast response though, too, saying like, listen, like everything's still, we can still keep everything in balance. It's gonna be okay. Is that you like saying it's gonna be okay? But then it's like, okay, and you said this is you worrying about work. What is this? Why is this here? This is the bottom of the deck. Okay, so this can be, depending on what else is with it, and we're going to find out, this can be strategic, but it also can be like um, cheating or manipulation or sort of sneaking around. Um, and there's like, okay, so there's two people. Like I always like to look at the cards too. There's two individuals here that have their eyes. Okay, so that you were feeling watched. You have two superiors. Do you have two superiors that you felt like, ooh, now we gotta like avoid the two superiors? What I'm having a hard time getting a hold of is okay, now that I know that stuff, you guys show me why, what was the reason? It might be in here, but I don't understand. What is the reason, or some more than one, for like the response, like the upset response? Show me what the reason for the upset response. Whoop, that flew out. Exploring true abundance. Okay. And that's you. Okay, I understand. Why though? Why? Okay. I couldn't see what you said. Her boss and mine. I see. Okay. We're both seeing someone else. Mine is, I don't know, she's supposed to get married, I think. I had my crush for 2 years before I told her, so that's tried to hold it in. Okay. So what's interesting though, okay, so I asked for like in this area I was most interested, right? Because you guys were, I can see it, right? So you were really happy at work together. So you having those feelings, that wasn't just like you being delusional or having a crush or having even like a dynamic friendship where the energy wasn't reciprocated. It was reciprocated, right? At least on the friendship level for sure. Okay. So I was trying to understand then this, like, I understand like maybe having somewhat of an emotional response, but it was like really strong. And so what came up here, right, was like, okay, so again, she adds new cards to her deck. So this is the Explore True Abundance card. This is the Knight of Swords. This is you, like, charging in, right? Confessing things, okay? And so what this is saying, right, is she was just as engaged in the dynamic part of your friendship, and potentially even more than that, right? Like, I suspect she had feelings too, right? And then you charged in and confronted the feelings. And then this is the Eight of Swords. And this is talking about, like, sort of very dramatic feelings and like anxiety and being angsty and stuff. However, this is always about a hell of your own making, basically. Sort of, it is, you perceive something as very bad, but it is just of your own making. So what I'm saying here is she engaged in all ways in your dynamic up until the point where you addressed it in a more romantic way, right? And she participated in what seemingly to me looks like, um, you know, flirtatious, extreme closeness, really, really happy together stuff. Like this is like the happiest of homes here. This card, the Ten of Cups. And so she participated in all of that, all of it. And felt very supported, right? So then when I was like, okay, so I don't understand then the response, like even if there were other people, right? Which is not always a great thing to do, right? But it, in the beginning, it almost looked like surprise. I think now, and I was trying to understand why when it looked to me like she was participating too. But what it is like surprise that you actually addressed it, right? More so than surprise that you felt that way, because I think you guys were both engaged in a pretty fucking close relationship, so, and then I asked like, why are we so surprised? Talks about a lack of maturity and like being honest with yourself and not being willing to embrace the true emotions, like so feeling them, playing with them, enjoying them genuinely. And this is not like about fake. This is not like about her leading you on or teasing or anything. This was a genuinely really happy dynamic between the two of you. You were not delusional to think. I got to tell you this. The other thing is, this reminds me so much of like Pam and Jim from The Office. I can't help that comparison. Like I keep seeing it even in my head a little bit. Like that's what it reminds me of, because and like that doesn't mean the outcome will be the same necessarily, but it reminds me of that, where it's like, hey, we've basically been in this as close to a relationship as you can get without being in one, and I need to talk to you about it. And then it's like, oh no, I can't do that, even though like I totally reciprocate and have these like soft nurturing feelings, and like, and things have really evolved for both of us, right? And running away, it's, again, this is not just running away, like saying like, no, screw you, or you're way off, or hey, get away from me, stalker. This is running away from feelings, her feelings, on top of your expression of feelings. And then I think like when that response came, you were tried immediately to be reassuring, like, again, because you have a close dynamic. So you tried immediately like, no, we can figure this out. But then this is the work thing here, right? And these are the potential two people watching, right? And then the like, I don't know if it was a sudden awareness now that it had been talked about in a more romantic type of way. So I don't know if this was like, oh gosh, I didn't even think about that part. I was so excited about like our dynamic and needing to tell the truth about something that I didn't even necessarily think all the way through about what would happen at work. And now I'm needing to sort of sneak around a little bit. So that's interesting that, so all of it's here, which is interesting. Let me see what you said. She's supposed to get married, you think? You think, or I mean, I know what questions I want to ask next, right? Like I really want to ask, now that we've done this like general, because this, I think, is basically the cards came out that are things you sort of already know happened, which is good. I'm glad that they've given validation on that. But I would really like to look and see how she's, if with your permission, how she is feeling and perceiving this. Which, I apologize. When there's a lag, I'm sorry, it's hard for me to know what people are responding to. Yes, please do. Okay. What is it you know? Okay, I'm going to separate these out and then shuffle some more with different segments because I want to make sure that there's a solid shuffle here. Oh, you do know. Okay, that she's getting married at some point. Okay. Okay. It keeps falling out. Okay, can we please see? I'm going to use Mega Deck. Okay, well then, I'm glad these are shuffled, I guess. Mega Deck, come here, darling. Guides, how do you want me to do this? Do you want me to just do stuff about Libra, or do you want me to look at it? Okay, I should ask it just about Libra, or do you want me to do from both sides? Okay, just about Libra, right? Okay. Okay, please see, like after all of this, how does Libra feel about, we'd like to see if we can see how, I'm trying to decide how to ask the questions. Okay, first of all, how does Libra feel about Lifeson? Can we see that? How does Libra at this point, after everything's happened, how does Libra feel about Lifeson? Oh, I'm dropping everything all over the place. Okay. How does Libra feel about Lifeson since all of this has happened? Let's see if these come back because there's a whole bunch. Major Arcana, that's fascinating too. Okay. Since all this happened, how does Libra feel about lives? This is okay. You guys are good. Libra feel about life. Thank you. does Libra feel about life? Things are sliding everywhere. Okay. Let's flip 2. Do you guys want this next? Okay. How does Libra feel about life soon? These are the last 2. That's fascinating too. Thank you guys. What's the bottom? He came back. Alrighty. Let's take a look at what we have here. Okay, so like this is sort of where we are right now. So there was fun, magic, love. It's on its head, right? So things that felt like really magical, have sort of gone upsy daisy, right? But it is supported by reconciliation energy. And so it's like, there's, but I want a clarifier for that here in a minute. And then, like, there's walking away because, a situation where, at least right now, I haven't clarified, right? And I want clarifiers, but there's like walking away energy because what used to feel like really great and strong and reliable, you used to feel that way, right? Like, and it doesn't right now feel that way, right? Um, and so, there's thoughts of like walking away, um, and sort of just starting over. But like, I'm curious, I don't have clarifiers from what exactly yet. And then I've never had this happen. Now, Mega Deck has a couple different card decks in it, and so I can get the same card in the same reading, but I've never had them not only supporting one another, but actually opposing. So it's the same card. It's the 10 of Pentacles or 10 of Coins. One is inverted, the other is not. And so it's sort of like giving the feeling, and I want to clarify it, but it's giving a feeling that like the stability aspect is sort of a wash, like there's not like a gaining of stability, but really now that she's examined it, there's not like a loss of stability. Someone that felt like talented, successful teacher, like that it was organized, like seems on its head. And this again is about a teacher, but more traditional energy. Okay, so can you guys clarify for me? Okay, with whom is the reconciliation? Let's start there. Choice between two. Starting over. Okay. The decision has ended. It fell. You guys clarify for me this, like this, these two opposing. Ooh, that came out right away. Do you know anything about the person she's engaged to? Like, do you know what their job is? Are they a teacher? Or are you a teacher? Like either in a really traditional sense of the word, or um, in the sense of like, I don't know, being a trainer at work or something? I think that that's quite possible, yes, that you're opposites in a lot of ways. What did I do with my rods here? Here they are. Okay, so I'm going to ask the rods for some clarifiers. You might already know this. Okay, where things stand right now, you know, it's not the easiest to tell you, right, is, and that's why I want the rods, though, because this feels incomplete, because, okay, so right now, when it was like, you know, when I was sort of getting clarifiers on, like, it was like talking about, you know, love got turned on its head a little bit, but there's going to be a reconciliation. And then it was like, okay, what are we doing about that? You know, what, with whom, right, is the reconciliation? And so it sort of talks about a decision between two things and sort of rebirth. And then it was like sort of leaving the friend behind. Okay, so that's you in essence, right? Walking away from like this reliable, generous individual who's Earth, right? I wish I knew his birthday, right? Feeling a little, the Ten of Swords also can sort of feel like being stabbed in the back, right? Like, but part of the reason it can feel like being stabbed in the back, right? Because if, and this is why I want to clarify with the rods, right? Because if you guys were friends and she didn't have similar feelings for you, she'd just say, oh my God, you know, I care about you so much, but you know, I don't quite feel the same way. And it might be awkward, but there wouldn't be all this life evaluation about like, oh, I need to rebirth, right? Like, so this sort of reflects like, she sort of woke up and went, yeah, no, I've sort of been having a relationship with this other person. And, you know, I need to, what it looks like right now, right? I need to reconcile with, you know, the person that I'm, you know, in terms of like the current agreement in a relationship with, right? But there was a decision between two things too. So if you weren't something being genuinely considered, that wouldn't be a factor here. It wouldn't be like, oh, I have to make up my mind. You would be like, I've made up my mind. Like, what are you on? Like, are you on glue? Like, what's going on? That's not how this looks, right? So again, like I'm reiterating that because like even if she makes a choice that's not you, it's all over the cards here, right? Like that it wasn't just you that was in this dynamic. And especially if she really intends to be conventional with this other person, she was playing with full on fire because, you know, this dynamic between the two of you was very real. And so that's also why there's a feeling of like getting stabbed in the back too. It's like, why would you wake me up to the fact, you know, that I've been having like an emotional affair and that like I may not be super happy in my other thing necessarily. You know, why would you wake me up to that? That's so not fair. And then it is totally fair, like if that's what the truth is, right? And then when I asked, like, can you clarify why, like, is this like stability thing like a wash, right? It was like plans, partnership, influence on their heads, right? And again, why would they be on their head if you guys have not really taken action towards anything, right? Like if there's been no strong, like physical, whatever, cheating or whatever on her part, then like it wouldn't be like, well, it's all on his head now. It's like, well, why? Why? Because again, this is not saying about necessarily about work. This is like saying my whole life flipped around. And it's like, if it's your whole life, then you definitely were emotionally involved here. Guides, is the other guy, is he in some way a teacher? Is life's in a teacher because of the situation, because of waking her up to the situation. Yeah, okay. And then this is the end here. It's about choosing something conventional, right? So it looks like when it's like choosing ceremony, tradition, it ends in ceremony and tradition, right? That looks like a wedding, right? If you're talking about conventionality. But then I was like, for clarifiers, I wanted clarifiers. And then it was like lost and struggling and refusing to accept what's going on. So it's sort of like, and that's why I want to do the rods, because it feels like, number one, she didn't really want to face the fact that, like she wanted, in some ways, to me, it feels like, and I don't mean this rudely, and trust me, I'm not judgy. I've had all kinds of different, a lot of this exactly in the same way. So I'm not judging her or you in any way, but, and neither will the guides, but, in essence, I do think that there is love between the two of you that goes beyond like besties, right? And I think she wanted to just keep pretending besties because then she could have both things and wouldn't have to examine why she might be having feelings for you, whether that's because the other relationship isn't fulfilling or because it is fulfilling, or like he is actually nice, but she doesn't really want to marry him, or whether it's take and eat it too, or whether she's like facing down, like potentially like maybe being a polyamorous person, whatever it is, she doesn't like looking at it because she's having to think not just about like she didn't want to lose you as bestie, right? And as the other feelings that she had. At least that's what I think. That's why I'm going to clarify it with rods. But she also didn't want to walk away from this other situation. And it feels in my gut more about how it looks, how it might look to people. But I don't know. We're going to ask. Let me see if you've said anything. You're kind of helping people work. I think he and me are opposites. I'm an artist. I'm a handyman at work, kind of. Okay. Let's see here with rods. We have someone tapped in. Thank you. Can you please show me what a no would look like? Thank you. Yes. What do you love and respect and collaborate with God Source? Thank you. Do I need to do anything regarding energy since the tech's in the way? No. Okay. Can you show me how to quantify and directionals? Okay, thank you. Can I ask some questions about Lifeson and the Libra? Okay. Is my interpretation of what is happening, like at least in the cards, am I like way off base here? No. Okay. So let's start this just from the beginning. So the Libra, up until this confession, was Lifeson like one of the Libra's favorite people on the planet? Yeah. Okay. And did she have, okay, we'll ask it two ways. Was she aware of having romantic or attraction like feelings for Lifeson? Did she believe it was just playful, fun, banter, and flirtation exclusively? No. So she felt a strong, affectionate, romantic, like somewhat sexual attraction to Lifeson. Okay. Now, does she feel the same or stronger for the individual she's planning on marrying? It's like a little yes. Okay, let me ask it a different way. The individual she's planning on marrying, does she, when they are together and alone, is he one of her favorite people on the planet? Sort of. when they are together, does she feel strong romantic love and sexual attraction? Sort of. So, if that's because they've been together a long time and things, just get a little stagnant over time, can we go this direction? Or if that's because there's an incompatibility there that no one's acknowledging, can we go that direction? Which is it? Okay, there's an incompatibility there that no one's acknowledging. Okay. Just to be fair and ask about the other guy, did he feel like strong romantic feelings for her? Sort of. Does he feel strong sexual attraction to her? Sort of. And again, I'll ask the same question. Is that because long-term relationships are hard and stagnancy can be a factor? Or is that because, again, like there is sort of an intrinsic incompatibility? Okay. And now they still love each other a lot. Yes. But they are, is it fair to say they're both wondering about if they're long-term compatible? Yes. Now, before the song that Lifeson sang to her, were they both in the Libra's relationship, were they both already contemplating whether they're compatible enough for long-term? Okay. So, out of curiosity, was she already having questions about her relationship? Would she have the same questions about her relationship if she hadn't had the same dynamic with Lifeson? Yes. Okay. At this point, does she know that she would have the same questions about her relationship if it hadn't been for Lifeson? No. So she thinks that she's been distracted or that something seems easier just because it's not like long-term yet. Okay. In prior to even her knowing like that there was a mutual crush, did she feel like she was in an extremely compatible relationship with the other gentleman? No. But she did feel like they both wanted to get married, so that was part of it. Yeah, sort of. Okay. And then was the interpretation right that she feels sort of stabbed in the back because she didn't really want to look at her behavior and really explore and analyze how she's feeling about everything? Okay. Now at the end, is the other guy in some way, maybe I've already asked this, but I'm going to ask again. Is the other guy in some way a teacher or educator? No. And by your observation, is Lifeson an educator? No. Okay, so to clarify once more, that teacher thing is about Lifeson pointing out to her sort of what was going on between the two of them. Okay. And it blew her eyes wide open about a lot of things. Okay. Now the stuff here about choosing tradition but feeling lost and like they don't want to accept the things that are going on is right now she's determined to stay on the path with the other gentleman. Is that true? Mostly yes. Okay, so it's not 100% yes. Okay. And is that because she believes he is the only one for her? No. Is that because she's worried about how it will look if she left him? Yeah. If she left him right now, like I understand like things could change later, but if she left him right now, would she leave him partially because of what's going on with Lifeson? Yes. And so is she trying to separate and decide about that other relationship first? Yes. So she needs to sort of totally disengage from Lifeson right now in order to have a clear brain. Yeah, sort of. Does she want to totally disengage from Lifeson? No. Does she want to totally disengage from the other one? No. So she's sort of stuck between convention and feeling. Yeah. Okay, let me see here. So as of right now, from your perspective, which is a higher perspective than all of us, you can understand and see things. Right now, is it advisable to let things cool off? Yes. Is it advisable to sort of, even if things had a chance of circling around in the future or something, is it advisable to like totally, as much as possible anyway, like sort of for Lifeson to sort of move on from her for a while? Yes. Okay. Because it would just be a mess because if she could continue to have Lifeson be her beck and call boy without damaging her other relationship at this point, because she's not quite analyzed everything yet, would she choose to do that? Yeah. But would she get rid of the other dude? No. So, and then this is a hard question, but does she just want to be married as soon as possible, regardless? At this point, does she care? I mean, she cares some, right? But like, does she right now, is she in more of a rush? Go this way. If she's more in a rush just to be married, or if she really wants to marry the right person right now. We're just going based off of right now. Yeah, that's what I thought. So the way things appear, at least right now, where she is in her analysis of everything, the way things appear to everyone and being titled wife and all of that stuff is more important. Yes. Now, just in case, I don't know Lifeson, so just in case he's like a heavy romantic, I want this on the record. Do you advise him to make any enormous declaration of commitment or something to her to make her happy? No, because she's got to sort out who she is and what she wants. Because that's only fair to both gentlemen. Okay. Now, in any way, okay, in the long run, right? Maybe not right now and how it feels, but in the long run, was it better that Lifeson told her how he felt, or was it a mistake in the long run for everything? Okay, it was better that he told her how he felt, even if that means that like things separate for some time. Okay, and that's partially, is that partially to sort of, give everybody time to resolve everything, right? But is it also like, okay, you guys are angels and guides. And I know I can feel like what you guys are sort of thinking and feeling. Do you feel like Lifeson had seen at that point her complete true colors, like in terms of like who she is and what she wants and stuff? No. Okay. So even though he loves her tremendously and he feels he does, yeah, he loves the parts of her that he's seen. And has she intentionally hidden quite a few things? Yeah. Okay. Let me see where we are. Okay. I'm going to ask you a tricky question. And I'm sorry, I don't love giving like awful news. This is not awful news though, because at least like, it's not saying you were delusional, right? You weren't like some guy that totally didn't know what was going on, and just confessed love to somebody that didn't give a crap. Like that's not the case, right? There were feelings that went both ways. I think you probably knew that, but you also needed to genuinely just find out what was going on rather than, you need to call it out and see what happened at that point, right? And so right now, right, like what they're saying, and of course, none of us take all of the guide's advice at all times. A lot of times, I'm pointing at myself, we regret not doing it, but we don't, right? But they are advising right now to sort of totally let it go and just be like polite, work as best you can, and sort of move on for now, because she needs to figure out who she is. She doesn't know. And I mean, like, they kept saying it, and that's why I asked the questions aloud. Like, appearances really matter to her. And I don't know if that comes from like growing up in some sort of strong religious conventional thing, or just conservative family, or just literally appearances and titles and certain things right now are more important than other things. And that doesn't mean that that's where she will conclude her thinking, but that's where she is like right now. Yeah, they said it. They said it all right. And so the best advice is to just, be polite. Let me see. Would you guys advise, can you tell me, and I'll ask questions, can you tell me what you best advise, like in terms of how he approaches their dynamic at work? Will you tell me? Okay. And what is that? Okay, so did you just say, I just want to make sure I heard you, that you're advising to be sort of relatively formal co-workers with no malice behind it, to the best of the ability, but no like additional like emotional component at this time? Okay. So just be really professional. Okay. But polite so that it doesn't feel like there's a big battle. Okay. So that's what they're advising for now. I don't know where it will come back around. Part of me suspects that you also needed to see this part of her, because I suspect potentially your feelings might change a little bit as well. Not because, I mean, like, because I don't think you're like delusional enough to think that if she didn't choose you, that made her unappealing, or that it even meant she didn't like you or whatever. But I do think there are some things, and I don't know if they're hangups that she's trapped by, right, in her mind, conventions and things that she will examine and outgrow eventually, or if that really is her value system and the way she measures like successful living, which, if that's the case, based on like the things I see here and what you've told me about yourself, that's not an ideal match, long term anyway, unless people grew in different directions. Now, I'm sorry if it's hurting you. I don't ever want to hurt anybody, and I'll tell you, the guides, they tell us the truth out of love. They want to be helpful and tell us the truth so that we can make decisions in our life that are best for us. And they always want to help us make the best decisions, to make our life the best it can be. Sometimes it's sad and hard to be the messenger, but I know factually from my experiences with them, it is always out of love and care for whomever they're telling the truth to, whether it's a hard truth or not. They love you enough to tell you. They don't lie. They can, I've asked a lot of times, they can withhold if they think things are good for you. But like, if they're answering a question, they don't lie. And if something goes wrong with the reading where it's not on track, that's me. That's me being a human, an imperfect human, and I'm having a day, and I'm misinterpreting the energy, because they don't lie. They're not sending the wrong message. So if for some reason things go helter skelter, it's on me. It's not on them. It's because I'm an imperfect being trying to translate things from beings that are, maybe, I don't know if they're perfect, but they're far closer than we are, and they really understand love. You can learn so much from love, about love from them. And it's hard sometimes too, because They are so patient and unflinching in their love that I imagine, because they're not robots, it's painful sometimes to watch us do some of the things we do to ourselves, but they recognize, number one, that's how we learn, but also that a lot of them, if they had been in a physical lifetime before, did the same things. So, they're not judgy, but I'm sure it must be painful to watch us do things sometimes. I'm going to be like sort of a rat and ask you about the Aries a little bit. Are you in a dynamic that allows you to see multiple people? I think you said you were, right? I can't remember if you said it was off and on or if it was open or poly. I can't remember what you said because it's been a while. They are amazing, but I get to work for them, which is a good thing. I need to figure out how to be a better agent for myself. I'm a killer agent and negotiator for everyone but me. So I need to learn to figure out how to like manifest finances, because sometimes even when organizations offer it, I turn it down because I feel weird about it. But aside from that, I have the best bosses of ever. You're on and off. Oh, okay. I wasn't sure. Some of us eventually conclude that we are something akin to polyamorous, right? That we are capable of multiple loves, and that actually, even more than that, like we prefer to just be in situations where we can tell the truth at all times, because it's wildly uncomfortable to claim you love someone and lie to them. Everybody's different because they're all here to learn different things, but I wasn't sure. I see. Yeah. So you didn't need to know about them because you already know that even if it's something that you are, even if you like, you seem to know that like you're attracted to Aries and you guys have a dynamic where there's probably a lot of feeling and potentially attraction, that in some way it's not, either not a fit or it's a little toxic-y or something, and you're just trying to grow out of it. Is that basically it? I mean, right now it's a lesson. Right now it's a lesson. Let me see. I wonder if they'll tell me anything. Yeah, they are telling me something. Hold on. I don't get the feeling um, that, at least as, I mean, right now, I know, like, they, again, like I said, they're allowed to withhold. Um, so, they might not say, like, hey, you're destined for this, but you have to wait or whatever, because they're worried people take action. But that's not the feeling I get. And I feel like they're talking about there's a far better option for you out there. And this was an important lesson, and it's wonderful to feel strongly for people. And it doesn't matter really at the end of life how long we loved someone. It's that we did, even if it was not long-term compatible or whatever, and we learn a lot from it, and it doesn't make it invaluable or a waste of time. Because sometimes you learn something like from the joy of it all, sometimes you learn something from the pain of it all, or both. And but to me it seems like, I mean, I keep saying it seems like, I'm just going to tell you what they're saying. There's a far better for you option for you out there, right? But two things. Number one, the thing that's going on with Aries needs to clear, right? And it takes time, right? Like anything that builds momentum, whether it's in physics or in relationships, gets built up, and it takes time. you know, if like you went out of the relationship, but you start at the top of a hill, it takes time for the momentum to stop, right? So you got to get out of that cycle. And they're sort of saying that this other dynamic with the Libra, in some ways, is a byproduct of the relationship with the Aries, right? Because in a lot of ways, it was really opposite energy, right? And it's like it felt like energy you wanted to move towards, and it is in some ways energy you want to move towards. But it still is like a stepping stone, right? So like this is toxic as all shit, right? This was still somewhat toxic because there's still a lot of toxic energy like in the vibration around relationships, right? And so this was like sort of a stepping stone to be like, ooh, okay, when I'm still generating some sort of either confused message or toxic or both a little bit, we create what we're doing. We sort of, like attracts like. So if you're in a really chaotic thing, you're going to attract some chaos. Now, if you're trying to move out of the chaotic thing, you're going to attract something that's sort of part chaos, part forward motion. So if Aries is here and Libra is here, your person is over here. There's way better. I mean, and I'm not talking negatively about either one of these women. They might be perfectly lovely, just not for you. They're just not your long-term partner. They're saying already, like they're saying that they're certainly talking Libra, they're saying isn't really a creative enough thinker for you, and like wouldn't necessarily ever really completely be able to talk that sort of creative flow language. And the Aries maybe can, it seems like Aries maybe can a little bit like do that because they either fancy themselves sort of artistic or maybe they even are, but everything else is so messed up that it doesn't matter. And like you're supposed to be with somebody that speaks your language in terms of the things you love and the way you express yourself, even if they're different from you, right? They still have to be able to speak your language. And so they speak your language and they want to have like a healthy, respectful dynamic. There's somebody better out there. And I don't know how old you are. To me, it feels like you're relatively youthful. Let me just put it that way. And you have lots of time. You've got time. Hi, Namira. How are you? You're so welcome, Lifeson. I'm so glad that, I'm just telling you what they told me, right? Like that this Libra did not speak artistic in, languages and have an understanding of that energy flow at all. Aries sort of does, but like in an over dramatic sort of toxic-y way. And so, you need somebody that can do both. Understand art, but understand art because also I can feel like you wrote a love song even, right? Like you're trying to create positive art that generates like positive high vibrational feelings, right? So that doesn't work over here, and then the art doesn't work here. You need somebody that wants like the respect and love and can speak in creation. You're so welcome. I truly hope you come back. Like I said, first readings are always free. And then this is the price point just for when we're on stream. Where is it? Meow, 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 meow. For like too nutty. There it is. And then always, like, as you can tell, even from the free thing, like I always go overtime. That's just the truth of the matter. But as long as there is time and the guides are talking, right? Like, and then there are private readings available as well. But even if that's not something like, you're interested in, we still always like when people come back, engage we enjoy when people come to socialize with each other here as well. So don't let, if you don't want to buy readings or something, don't let that run you off. Like, please still come back. Like, we like pals and we like to chit chat and all kinds of stuff. And I'm so glad you came in. I'm sorry that that's going on, but I'm also happy for you because it means you're moving through it and towards the good things that you want. I'm so glad. I'm glad we'll see you again. I am hanging in there, Miss Mira. I'm glad to hear that you're doing good. I have I started tonight. You'll understand this because we talked about energy stuff the other day and like energy protection and shielding, like that. I started, like, if you rewind the live to, like, I think I didn't even, like, there's music playing for 10 minutes or whatever, but I started at the beginning, like, I had like so many crystals out here, and I needed to do a lot more sort of high vibrational energy bringing because I'm very disappointed in the choices of my country. I'm just not going to even lie. And it always makes me tremendously sad when those are the choices that are made. So I wanted to make sure that, like, hopefully that stuff for people to look at will help other people if they're feeling a little down and feeling the energy of everything that's happening. And also, though, I needed to do it for myself as well because I needed to bring my energy up in order to be able to connect tonight. But it was pretty silly. It was like stacks on stacks on stacks of like giant rocks. It's like I needed to be happier, and like maybe not happier, just clearer vibrationally, so I can talk to the beloved guides. I wasn't going to be able to reach them with my level of sorrow, like. But yeah, so this is Life Said. This is Namira. We just met Namira this week, and it's been a delight. She is definitely an energy worker. I think you are too, Life Said, just based on like what you said about your music and things. Like you're probably, creating, like right now it sounds like probably music is your sort of spiritual, energetic creation medium and maybe way of channeling like things. There are a lot of people around here like that. I'm in the States. I'm in the States. And I think, the news cycle, I don't know if it's reached everywhere, but I'm disappointed in the choice of our leader to do what's been done. I understand to some degree, I guess, but just not like a fan of warfare anywhere, anywhere. And hate to be in a place where I'm paying taxes that support that kind of thing. Yeah, I remember. Calvin, yeah, right? I remember you. I remember almost everybody that comes. Yeah, I bet you did. I was, of course, like there was discussion about it before it happened. It's not like it came out of the blue. However, like the fact that we have a leader that then chooses to tweet about it is also just so ridiculous to me. Like it feels we're living in a delusion a little bit. Like so that makes it worse to me somehow that it's like you can do something like that, which even if you believe it must be done or whatever it is, things I don't completely understand personally, but even if it's that belief, then you still, in my opinion, should at least be taking it very seriously and gravely. And sad that it's something you chose or felt like you had to choose or whatever. And it's certainly not something that you can just like post next to a picture of your breakfast on your freaking social media. Like it was really disappointing. Yeah, I mean, they were talking about it, and it seemed likely just because that sort of tracks, you know, based on his general behavior and things. And, um, you know, and a lot of warring and warlike things, like, there are two warlords fighting each other. However, the problem is they don't just hurt each other, or it would be, I could just say, well, that's none of my business. But like for all of the other people, just like people here that didn't want them to do that, there are tons of innocent people there that had nothing to do with it. And that's just it really makes me sad. And I think it was, honestly, I don't know a lot about it, but like, this is just my opinion, nothing to do with what guides say or anything like that. You would think bombing a nuclear plant would release some nuclear chemicals at best, and that's going to do a lot of harm, more than just one location. Oh yeah, it is all about oil and money. I totally agree. Like, a lot of war is like sort of almost like like an agreement between bankers almost initially, because if you're at the upper financial echelon of places, war pays or whatever, right? But yeah, like there are people here, like they've pulled funding from so many like wonderful programs that are beneficial, but they can still do that. They can, we can afford to do that, right? And maybe, I mean, I know people say like the place that they decided to attack has done horrible things, and I'm certain that's true. I struggle to understand, and maybe it's just that I don't understand what we have to do with that, why it's our business. Because I don't see that makes it better. However, when I read like people or listen to people like Abraham Hicks or Edgar Casey or Deepak Chopra or Gandhi or whatever, right? Like they talk about how, opposing energies, and how the greatest peacemakers of our knowledge, like that have been in the decades and centuries that we at least are learning about now, the greatest peacemakers were at one point in another life the greatest warlords, because they have to be in that energy in another lifetime, in essence, right, to understand why they need to move so strongly in the other direction and be one of the great peacemakers. So great warlords eventually turn into great peacemakers, and even on a microcosmic level, right? Like in the microcosm, when stuff like this happens, it does create peacemakers almost immediately. Those of us that are just pedestrians that can't do anything about it, though, it makes a lot of people examine their desire for peace. And then it, hopefully, if they're introspective at all, it helps them examine if they're pursuing peace just on an individual level in their own lives. So it does immediately create peacemakers on a small and large scale. But it's really sad that that's what it takes. Oh yeah, I agree. So many people are homeless, and healthcare can be better. Yep. And so I get it, like, from like the perspective of source, that like eventually this will bring great peace. But, it's really, really sad that we have to be so ugly in order to understand beauty. Like, it's sad, it's hard. And then those of us that can feel that kind of thing, we can feel the mothers crying for their children, not just the ones, that were involved in this directly, but the ones now in different countries who now have sons and daughters that might be sent off to some kind of war, or there are a lot of mothers crying tonight. And I can feel like, and fathers, I don't mean to leave men out. There's a lot of mothers and fathers crying tonight, and daughters and sons and sisters and brothers. And when it gets to be hit a certain level, I can sometimes feel that. Like, it's really, yeah, it always is, right? Because, most of the time anyway, they're the ones with the power and the money to like escape and not be where that's going to happen, right? Probably on the other end of whatever's going on, right? Whoever the leaders are that decided to do bad things to other people were nowhere near that place. They probably had some sort of intel that it might happen. And so, they got the leaders out of there and left those of us that are little pedestrians like there to take the hit. It's awful. Somebody there just has a job working there to feed their family or something. And I mean, in some ways they're like already with source. So in the ways, like they're okay, right? Because they're now in a place of like love and understanding and like receiving immediate healing. But, it's going to hurt a lot of other people before, really honestly, before it even begins, which is like, bleh. Anyway, bring the room down. I was just explaining why I had so many stones out earlier, and they did help a lot. They always do. The right, everything, like it's not all stones. Like we all have something special that we like vibrate with, right? And so it's not all stones, but some of them are really special to us individually. I probably should name this one. I love it so much. I'm on an upward swinging note, hopefully happier energy. Like I'm curious about, I mean, clearly like you're reading energy and feeling energy. And do you, is this something, I mean, I think it's clear that it's been going on, your whole life. Is it something that do you work in that field as well? Or like a lot of us, is it like sort of a side gig? Stuff with the rose quartz in my hand. Oh, that's lovely. That's lovely. I'm a big believer, and I know, I'm so grateful for guides, because just like they help me find like my stones, like, if other people were like, I want to find mine, like, that will make me feel like they would give advice, and then there's some that are universal, which is great. Like, I think you're right, like about rose quartz, like it's really universal, like black tourmaline or like selenite, like those are universal as well. Like, and so I think that's brilliant that you did that. I wear these ridiculously, these little like triangular raw black tourmaline. Like I'll put them in my bra before I go out in public and things. Because I feel, and I genuinely, I think when I started doing it, I was like, well, we'll see what happens. And then like it immediately made things better. So I just keep doing it. I feel so much we talked about it in my reading. You did. Yeah, I know you do. I mean, I do too. Do you? Okay, thank you. Because I'm always like paranoid that like I'm gonna like bend over. I mean, it hasn't happened. Knock wood or something. Let me knock wood. But that I'm gonna like lean forward in the store or something, and it's gonna like rocks are gonna fall out of my cleavage. I'm just gonna look like a crazy person, but I do it all the time anyway. Well, Pixie left. She's been quiet though. I think we've done a lot of reading, and then it's been um, it's late. She's probably tired too. Yeah, I totally agree. It totally helps, but oh my gosh. I mean, it would be, I guess, a funny story to be in a store and be like, this lady was here and all these rocks fell out of her boobs. Like, yes, they did. But they are awesome, you know. They are awesome. I like stones from the geological and the metaphysical perspective. Like, more and more, I'm like a stone nerd. Yeah, I think she fell asleep. That's why, because she was here, Pixie was, but I felt like we were doing readings because she was talking to like sort of her sort of daughter-in-law for a while. So um, then she sort of popped in like during the reading, so I couldn't get her like up onto the platform. And then there was another reading, and so we haven't gotten to chit chat today, which I always look forward to because she's awesome, right? But I'm hoping she left because she's sleepy time. Because yeah, where we are, it's like almost like 4 a.m. ish. Where I think it's like 11, right? Like almost noon where you are. No, she didn't. I mean, if she did in chat, I missed it, and then she was here, like on I'm coming from like a streaming platform, and she was parked here but quiet for a long time, and so sometimes like if you haven't said anything in a while, it just logs you out. So I suspect maybe she fell asleep, or hopefully, if she didn't fall asleep, she's doing something she's enjoying. That's what I hope. Almost 11. Yes, 7 hours. 7 hours. I keep forgetting. 7 hours apart, not 8. I do a lot of chatting in chat rooms and things, and so I have friends like sort of, um, well, like the UK and Germany and India and New Zealand, and so I'm always like trying to do time zone math because it's different for every group. So I do a lot of time zone math. What time is it? Can I send them a message? What time is it in New Zealand or Australia or Germany? Like, I should just set the clocks, right? On cellular devices now, you can set clocks, different clocks. I should just give in and set, yes. I mean, I love chat rooms for that very reason. If you can find a chat room you like, um, you can meet people from all over the world, or like even in this setting, right? It's the internet, so we got to meet because we're up at weird hours. But we still get to meet people, which is lovely. Yeah, I'm missing like if I was gonna play like internet bingo or something where I get to like put a pin on the map. I am missing like a couple of different countries or continents. Oh yeah, she had just texted me that she was gonna lay down. Actually, I missed it. I'm gonna tell her to sleep well. Actually, because she's awesome. She's awesome. She's an empath as well, and experiencing like rapid growth too, which of course, like as you probably know very well, can be so overwhelming. Um, it's overwhelming. Some things are overwhelming anyway, and over time we learn how to like cope and veil and protect and that kind of thing. But when you then experience all of a sudden like rapid growth after maybe things moving sort of steadily for a while, it can really be like, oh my goodness, I just got hit by like the metaphysical Mack truck. Okay. Okay. All right. So we are counting our own medication thing. Okay, hold on here. We lost track of our counting. Let's see. Good. We can take care of that now. Then that's a good thing. Somebody I read just sent an email to, so that's funny. We are funny little people, a lot of us, I think. Yes, it's talking about empathetic people. Yeah, I'm sure you're an enormous empath if you're feeling all of that. So, how do you identify, like, in terms of your energetic, like, skills and abilities and sensitivities? How do you? I mean, I know labels aren't important, but words are just, like shortcuts to communication. You have lots. If I can afford it, I will do a reading. Have to save it this moment. I have lots. Checks, medical. I understand that. And I'm sorry that's going on too. Sometimes we offer other free things here, and if we're able to, like when I'm less worried about like my water bill and feeding my like children. So that sometimes we play games or whatever and can offer other things. So hopefully that'll happen too. But I understand. I'm sorry about the medical stuff because I can really relate to that a lot. Um, but yeah, regardless, how do you identify? I understand that. I'm sorry to hear that. I thought we maybe had some medical things in common. Sort of just felt like that. I'm glad you're doing well though. 11 years later, that's good. That's a good thing. But yeah, it's a high heart rate. I think that comes from, honestly, I think it comes from some of the drugs more. Now, it could be like, I should be more in tune with like what's going on with healthcare in the world. And I am a little bit like I read medical journals about some of my conditions and then some of the other things I've had in the past and stuff. But so I don't technically know like if maybe you and I received similar drugs or not, but I do know the ones they give here for things like that. I think sometimes they're more responsible for some of the after effects, right, than the illness was, like with the high heart rate and things. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I'm so glad that there are medical professionals, some of them that still manage to care in a system that's just as difficult for them as it is for us. And sometimes, in my opinion, more so, even though, they suffer along with us, the ones that really care, And, but yeah, there can be so much damage. Like, I think, I'm glad certain things have kept me alive. I'm glad to be alive. But, I have some things that are sort of still experimental as well. And so, and I'm so glad I've had some honest doctors that have just been like, hey, we're doing the best we can to figure some of this stuff out. We don't technically know. So rather than lying or at least not even lying, but just hiding it, they just said, we don't know. You sort of are a human science experiment. We're sorry. We're doing the best we can. And some of those things over time have worked out. And some of them were enormous catastrophes. I agree. There are so many that either have stopped caring because the system's hard to be in, or have sadly experienced like patients that are really like litigious who've taken them to court for almost no reason and stuff, and then they just stop being so honest because they're in a trap too. So they have to be like mavericks, like brave souls to be doing the work they're doing and be honest about not knowing what's going to happen. It is. It can be, right? But so it's like both, right? Like, because when people say, because I've been like, I'm like, and I think a lot of people with sensitivities, I think they're gonna connect, like, probably not in our lifetime, but in 100 years, 150 years, they're gonna connect. A lot of us that have certain abilities, whether it's mediumship or strong like ability to read the living humans and head tap thoughts and like those of us that can speak to animals and things. I think that some of like the conditions that are actual like health conditions that affect things physically, I think they're going to find that a lot of people with sensitivities also have those things because there seems to be an enormous overlap. And I think probably some of it has to do with we're behaving like we have like, it's going to be one of two things, right? Either our brains are built in a way that almost contradict what our bodies need in some way, but I think it's far more likely that like some of the things are not really illnesses, but because they are uncomfortable, and we don't live in a time now where we're taught, oh, that discomfort's about psychic stuff, like that's connected directly to this and so you need to do these sort of spiritual or energetic exercises, and like some of that can clear some of these things that are illnesses are energetic factors of having skills, but not knowing how to, not living in a world that's as tuned in as perhaps it once was. So I think some of the things like that people consider like neurological differences or chronic like genetic illnesses are going to be superpowers in the future, right? And I think part of it is I agree. I know there's a lag here, so I'm responding to what you said about that's so true. Before I got so sick, I didn't know I was so sensitive. Yes, I mean, like, I'm sure you didn't know something, like, just like I knew from childhood, that I was seeing dead people and talking to them and reading auras and stuff. However, um, I think being ill does a few things, right? It changes our just whole worldview and understanding, right? And like gives you ideally, if you learn from it and try to learn to be patient and strong and things, like we grow heaps and bounds in empathy. And then also our life gets a lot more quiet, right? Like it's less hectic. Like we're not going to all the places we went before because we've had to slow down to take care of our bodies for a while. And also, very sadly but true, sometimes there's a mass exodus of friends when you get sick like that, like the friends that were around for the fun and not like the, for life kind of stuff, they leave. So life gets really quiet. And if you use the quiet, to listen to yourself, to your, the inner voice, to guides, you're sort of, because there's less chaos, you can fine tune your skill set in a way, like tuning in a radio to make it more clear. And it'll, just with a quieter life already makes for less static. And then you can fine tune things in a way that you couldn't because your life was so busy. Yeah, I had a feeling when you said I understand you very well. I sort of, when you came in the other day, I thought, no, we've got things in common outside of just having like energetic sensitivities. And there are lots of us. Like there are several, like Pixie, right? Like she hasn't had like maybe the chronic genetic things, but she's had injuries and things in life that have brought her to the same place, right? That slowed life down and brought her to the same place of understanding and empathy. And then there are just a lot of people that, like, even some like people that have like achieved fame, like with psychic things and stuff. Like a lot of those people have chronic illnesses and things. And I mean, I know that like everybody does to some degree, right? You can't get out of life alive, but at least not in the physical sense. But they seem to have like a certain set of like either like chronic situations or illnesses like cancer. And so I don't know if that's like maybe also part of the life plan to some degree, like if it's part of like something that we put in our life plan to help sort of wake us up at a certain point, or if we volunteer to help advance science and studies and empathy. Like, I'm not sure. I think it could be both. But I see a lot of other like people that do mediumship or like just the things that I do personally, like communication. And golly, when my when my life got even quieter, like I started hearing trees and I was like, oh my goodness. Every time, something new happens, you have to be like, I need to do a test to make sure I've not, at least this time I'm not crazy. Like, let's see, because I've had all of these other things like talking to the dead and reading auras. That's been always right. But like now all of a sudden we can hear some, not all, but some animals, even, we could do animal readings, but now we can hear the animals that are just at the zoo or walking near us. And then next there's a tree that says hello and you say, what is happening? What is happening? There is a tree that is speaking to me and I need to understand this really quickly to make sure that I haven't finally just snapped. Thank goodness. Like, there are guides and angels and loving beings that come through and say, nope, just read about it. There are a lot of people, a lot of cultures, native and otherwise, that talk about the voices of trees and plants. And maybe some of that could be metaphor, but a lot of it isn't, And once you start to speak in energy, it's a universal language. So you're going to hear more and more little things go, hi. But it's nutty. Like, first time I heard a tree, first of all, they gave me a name for them. And it would, how sometimes we have those names, like we meet a couple of people that have a certain name and they're not maybe particularly nice to us. So then it's like, ooh, I have a trouble with people that have such and such name or whatever. It's sort of silly, but it's true. So I knew that I wasn't imagining the tree's name, because I would never have named the tree that, because it was one of those names. And so maybe even like that, it was by design. Like they just said, oh, we're going to give this name so that she knows it's not something she's creatively writing in her head, because she wouldn't make this choice to name anything that name. But then also it told me something that I didn't know about. Hey, tell the person planted plants, on my north side or whatever, like that those plants aren't going to do well there, and they didn't read properly. There's too much shade and all this stuff. And I was like, oh my gosh, I will do that. But like, I feel crazy. And like, I don't, I was standing on one side, I couldn't even see plants. So I thought that was crazy. And then I told them, they were like, I just did that yesterday. I planted those. It's like, okay, so all right, trees can talk to us too then. That's cool. That's cool. Good to hear. People and animals. I didn't expect the plants. I didn't expect the plants. And also, I think I was really surprised when I said, like, do you have a name? And I thought like a tree's name, and maybe again, like it's just having weird preconceived notions, right? But I thought a tree's name would be like, shh, like wind through the trees or something, like a sound that it makes naturally, like that it would be like, like a language that I didn't understand, right? But when it said just like a normal, like human name, I was like, I don't understand why you just, like, how does that make any sense? Like, why? And then I kept asking the guides, like, are they named after, like, did they name themselves after the person that planted the tree? Is that why they gave me a really like feminine human name? Like, I don't know. I'm really surprised by that. And they said, no, like they probably said in their energetic language a name, and it translated, the closest translation was, the name you heard. And it was like, okay, well that makes sense, I guess. I just didn't expect it. I totally thought like, I don't know. I guess I just thought like trees would be hippies, right? Where it's like, my name is Rain Sounds. Like, my name is Breeze, like I didn't expect it to be like, I'm Leslie. Like that was super weird to me. Or when animals say things, that's always interesting, because it's just like, really? Like, I don't know why sometimes I can hear you and sometimes I can't. And I think the answer is because they want, it's what they want you to hear them. Like, and other times they don't really care for you to. But it seems mundane. Like it'll be like, pardon me, you're by my nut. And then it's like a squirrel. But you feel all of the human feelings, right? And I've experienced that a few times, but not every day. Like mediumship has been more my thing. And so when I've been in situations where I'm hearing and feeling like all the living people thoughts and energy, that's a whole lot, until you learn to like block it, because I just can't even imagine what you feel. In crowds and things, like, because there were times where things were a little heightened for me, and I would be in a crowd and hearing sort of like the thoughts of 300 people, and it just sounded like a big mess. Like I couldn't really make, like it was too many people, and a lot of feelings. So like it makes total sense that you want to figure out a way to like shield while you need to shield, and then open up when you feel like it, because it's a lot until you learn, until we shield, like that's a whole lot. Whereas most of spirit, right, most of the people in non-physical, so I guess dead people, but also there are other beings that are sort of like angels or something that weren't people, but anyway, they don't overthink in the same way we do. And so it's a lot less chaotic than feeling, like what I've heard other people thinking or felt other people's feelings. It's really chaotic in comparison to dead people in non-physical or animals. Oh, Pixie's back. Hello. Hello.
I took your message.
Oh, hold on. You what? I think I had my volume up really high. Shocked. What'd you say?
I said, check your messages.
Oh, I answered you some. Hold on.
Oh, did you?
I did. But maybe you sent more. Hold on. My phone is being so weird. Like, I've clicked since I said hold on 4 times to try and open my messages. Hold on here. Oh, I found something that was so you. Okay, this is the part I miss. That is me. Namira, she sent me this thing just so you can hear it too. It says, she said, oh, I found something that's so you. It says, I came, I saw, I forgot what I was doing, went back, got distracted, and have no idea what's going on. Have you seen my phone? I have to pee. Which, that's totally accurate and fair. Some of it's because I have lots of, trees and sees people talking to me, but some of it's just, naturally. I'm a little bit dingy. Let's see. I can feel my ex's energy too, and that's overwhelming, but I can handle it better because I feel his love still exists. I know what you're saying. Like, there are people that are complicated for me, and right, it is fair, but it's funny too. It's funny. So yeah, sometimes like when I have loved ones like feeling really intense things, whatever it is. I mean, like Pixie included, right? Sometimes like I can like feel them pacing, right? Whether they're mentally pacing or emotionally pacing or both, I don't know sometimes, but like I can feel it. And there's a couple of family members, like I have a father-in-law that gets real cagey, and I can feel him just pacing and pacing a lot. And usually in his case, it's about like being worried about someone he loves or something like that, but it's intense, especially for somebody who's 90. Like, he's got a lot of energy. Yeah, I'm sure his love still exists, right? Like it's, you talked about it a little bit. I mean, you didn't give details, of course, but like you mentioned your ex the other night, and that's, true. The love still exists, even if things were too chaotic to continue healthily in a healthy way. That doesn't mean the love went anywhere. Yes, I agree. Sending love does help. Um, and in my case, a lot of times I choose to like ask their guides and angels to move closer to them, and my guides and angels to help if they're available, and send my love too. But I try and send something that's more knowledgeable than I am. Ask the universe to send someone more knowledgeable to help, and that does seem to really a lot of times calm things down, which is great. And then yeah, of course, sending our love, whether no matter how we do it, right, whether it's just with intention or meditation or prayer or good well wishing or whatever it is, it's a good idea. But I think you're right. I think it's all of the above. Hey Pixie, I'm gonna come right back because I lost my phone and I have to pee and I don't know where I am. So I'll be right back.
Okie dokie.
Oh, it's stone cold silent in here, is it? Awesome. No, I didn't get more of my drink. That's all right. Someone else has joined. Hello. I'm glad you're still here. Did you get to do something fun today? Love. That's lovely. A picnic? That's going to be so fun. Son, I have one of those. He is 11. That's so nice. He has a free day and he wants to spend it with his mother, who he loves. That's wonderful. Is the weather? I don't know what the weather's like there right now. Is it warm or hot, or I don't know. Here it's starting to get quite hot. Hello to whomever's joined us. Welcome in. Love and light. Please do say hello. I mean, I've enjoyed all of the ages for the most part. I think we're becoming on the edge of, like, we're preteen for sure. Some of that's happening a little bit really recently. He's always been sassy mouth, but like that, like, par for the course in this case, because I am too. I can't say anything about it. It's warm today, but it will be hot later. Here too. I was talking with a loved one that I have. He lives close to London today, and he was saying it was getting kind of warm, and I cannot remember the Fahrenheit to Celsius translation. I don't have the chart right now on my phone. I sometimes do, but it would it'd be like about 80 degrees where I am in Fahrenheit. And I was like, okay, that's not hot. However, because their country has been moderate, sort of historically, temperature wise, they don't have things like, not very many places have air conditioning. I guess, some businesses tend to these days have that. But most of the housing doesn't have it. And their houses are built for cold winters more than they are for providing like cool in the summer. So it can get a little warmer. It's almost 30 there. Hold on here. I'm going to look it up because I have that chart somewhere here. Let's see here. So here that would be about 86. Okay. And then it's going to get hotter there today, right? So I don't know. I don't know what the Netherlands, I don't think I'm not sure if I've known too many people from the Netherlands. Like I said, I mentioned that Belgian person that I knew, but of course that's not the Netherlands. And then I've known someone in Finland that went to a place like in Turku, Finland, but I don't know many from the Netherlands. Are you like in Belgium? Are you trilingual? Do you speak English, French, and Netherlands Dutch? They say it's hot, but not for you. Oh, so did you come from somewhere warmer originally? Because where I am, we haven't hit the height of summer yet. But when we do hit the height of summer here, let's see, I'm gonna like based on like how it was here, in like July last year, it'd be like about 47 degrees Celsius, some of our hottest days before the heat index. Last year in July and August, and those were the two worst. Dutch, English, and German. A little bit India language. Which one from India? Like Hindi, or I have some. We were talking about my people that I have friendships with online, right? Some of them speak some of the lesser, like. Now I'm going to look it up so I don't get it wrong. Like one of them speaks English and some Hindi and some Bengali, and then that person's spouse speaks English and a little bit of Hindi and Telugu. And then I do know somebody that speaks, I don't know if it's Kannada, starts with a K. And I guess Manipuri, but I was told like that was a little more rare. I speak Dutch, English, and German, a little bit India. I was born in Uganda. But I am Indian. We left in 1972 with Idi Amin. Ooh, cool. Hey, Laura says I will come to you next live. That'd be wonderful. Does that mean you get to hang out with somebody else too? That's awesome. So okay, golly, Namira, so you speak Dutch, English, German, a little bit of Hindi, and is it Gujarati? Yes, love. I was doing my best to generate love tonight. Ooh, okay. Laura says, I speak English, Romanian. I can read and understand Spanish, Italian, French, and I can read and learning to speak broken Japanese, used to be in Chinese. Oh, so you're a polyglot as well. I'm not nearly as developed as you guys are. Like I could speak American, right? Because it's not really proper English. And I speak a little bit of French and can read pretty solidly in French. I speak a tiny bit. We say Spanish, but my step-grandfather was from Mexico. And then when you take proper Spanish, that is not what he was speaking. So it's sort of American Mexican. And then I did, my job actually was in the performing arts for like 3 decades, more than 3 decades. And so I did learn to like sing in Italian and German and French. But I didn't learn to speak all of those languages. But yeah, you guys are both definitely polyglots. And then I speak a little bit of American Sign Language, or a fair, I guess, moderate amount of American Sign Language. Like I can teach a classroom really solidly of children up to maybe about 10 years old. And then the more advanced vocabulary I don't have the signs for. but you guys both have so much more like going on language wise, linguistically. It's the polyglot parade. That's so cool. Okie dokie, artichoke pixie. I got your massage. I see more people have joined us. Hello. Please do say hello. We're glad you're here. Love and light. Please do say hello if you feel like it. Otherwise, if you feel like a lurky turkey, go right for it and lurk. But right now, these wonderful ladies are talking about all of the languages they speak. And there is a lot. There is a lot of languages here. Okay, Laura also said, wait, he keeps watching. Yeah, I mean, I know he's going to keep watching. You guys, you do have a bit of drama going on. I think that, but to me, it feels like you both, I mean, is this fair? If it's not fair, please tell me, Laura. But it does feel like you guys like the dramatics a little bit, like both of you, and not like in a bad way, but you do like the sort of dramatic tendencies a little bit in your dynamic. And I don't know if that's just because it makes life interesting, or if it's that you're both very strongly emotional individuals. You like American more than English? I don't know. I think it totally depends, right, on like where, just like where in America. It can sound quite like, because it's such a massive piece of land, right? That they're just like just like Africa, right? You're from the continent, and then there's like so many countries, right? And so many different languages. America is not multiple countries, but sometimes it feels like it. Like they're speaking English or American, but like there are some accents, right? Where you go and even if it's your primary language, you don't understand a word someone has just said. And I think that happens probably everywhere in the world with different accents. Definitely like people in the UK, there are some accents I can understand much more clearly than others. But yeah, in every continent and country, there's so many different dialects. But yeah, we're such a huge landmass, like for one country. And so, and because I think we were a place where, at least originally, the goal, right, was to be a place for immigrants at a certain point. Like a lot of different people from a lot of different countries and continents came there and settled in different places, and then that affected, just developed the different accents, I think, potentially. But we are not as, we're not as good at being polyglots either, because we're not, in a place where, we live super close to other countries, and so it's smart to be a polyglot and learn, it's smart. I think it's smart no matter what, right? It'd be wonderful to be able to communicate with so many different people, but it's something that we're sort of missing, because we don't, the borders we share. I mean, like in Canada, right, there's really only one, we share, a continent with them, but there's really only one province that doesn't speak English in Canada. And so really it's English and Spanish on either side for the most part, with the exception of Quebec. And there have been, like, lately, there have been a lot of sort of really active, true crime, like active crime things that some of us that are in this line of work, are reading on either because we're just trying to be helpful or we're involved. I'm not involved right now in anything in Canada. I haven't like helped out of my country with that kind of stuff, but I've read on that stuff. So I follow the information. And so lately I've heard a lot more like French spoken by Canadians, and it's so very different from just like everything, right? Like we were talking about, it's so very different from the French spoken in actual France, and I hadn't really heard it before then. I think we're going to be on tomorrow. Like that's always the plan, to be here as much as possible, right? I took Friday off mostly because I had just I don't know what happened. I couldn't sleep, like, and it wasn't a bad thing. Like I didn't feel distressed about it. And it wasn't because I was upset, but like I just couldn't sleep there, like Wednesday and Thursday. And so finally on Friday I was able to sleep. And so I was like, I'm just not coming to the interwebs. But yeah, we should be here tomorrow. Like, of course, like late always. We're vampiric practically. But you know, for you, like you're 6 hours ahead, Laura, and then Namira is 7 hours ahead of where I am. So that works out. That works out really well. I need to text Miss Sophie back tomorrow because we missed each other. Like, I got a hold of her, and then she was sleeping, and then she got a hold of me, and I was sleeping, and I owe her like the tail end of something. She's a very talented individual, I think. But I think this room is full of talented individuals that come through. Clearly, like you both could work for the, United Nations translating. Like, but yeah, I'm so glad you guys are here. It's so nice. I love meeting new people. It's a good thing. Thank you so much, Namira. I hope you have a wonderful picnic with your son. I hope the weather stays like doesn't get too hot so you guys can enjoy yourself. But thank you for coming back. Please come back again. It's been wonderful to see you. And I hope you have a good day. Yay! I'm so glad. I'm so glad. Always try and figure out, like, we oldies just do hearts like this. The young people all do kinds of cool things. Love to you. So much love. Miss Laura, I'm nosy, and so if you don't want to tell me, that's fine. But I'm curious where you. See, thank you. Love hands. I'm curious where this gentleman watching like what country he's from. And actually, the thing I'm even more nosy about is how you guys met if you live far apart. I love hearing about meet cutes. And maybe you did. Did you tell me it was the internet? I'm not sure. I get a little I talk to enough people that I get a little confused. Maybe were you guys the ones that met on two different social platforms? I think you were. I think I think that might be it. I don't know who else is in here, but love to you. Please do feel free to say hello. Whoever the newcomer was like, nope, just I'm not interested. I have paused working on that pick a card. I need to work on that. I might sit here and do that a little bit. Okay, I know it got quiet here for a minute, so I need to type up a little thing that just says, I will be right back. I will be right back. Let's see here. Let's see here. There we go. Hello, loves. We are here. Just taking a short caffeine break. Readings are available. Okie dokie artichokes. So while I was gone, it stayed quiet here, which is fine. We've been here a long time. So maybe I will be able to get through editing and edit this stream so that this tail end isn't here, or hopefully I can at least put in the title like when the chit chat ended or whatever. But I think we're going to close out for the night. I'm so delighted to have met so many wonderful new people from all over the world. I'm really enjoying that. I always enjoy getting to know people from everywhere, and I'm really excited, new friends, that you're here, and looking forward to encountering you again soon. And again, to the people that I owe like a response call to, I'm coming for you. So you are not forgotten. You're heavily on my mind. I just was sleeping and then trying to care for myself in light of new energy in the world, because I feel it really strongly. So yeah, for now, I think it's time to say so long, farewell, auf Wiedersehen, adieu, because no one's chatting. I can see some people sitting here. I think some of them are Pixie, maybe more than one. I'm not sure. And so I'm going to send her a message here in a minute. But everyone that was new, thank you so much for coming. Of course, you know, I hope that eventually we get to do readings that help a lot of people, and I love doing new readings, but I am also just putting this to the universe for myself. You know, I do have family to try and support and illnesses to try and maintain and things like that. So I'm putting it out there in the universe, right, that I am excited to also offer readings, you know, for the money that my guides say I should ask. This particular thing right here are the prices that have been given by guides. They came in a reading, and I confirmed and confirmed and confirmed. I don't want to do anything. Sometimes I see prices and I think that they're wildly unfair. Everybody has their own choices to make, and they make their choices. And certainly almost everyone is better at self-promotion than I am. Like, so, you know, to some degree, I'm on the other end of the spectrum too far. And I recognize that, but these are the prices, right? $7 for 10 minutes of just rods, $10 for cards. Now, of course, it's already crystal clear. If you're here, I go way over time. If we ever have a night that's heavily populated, I won't always be able to do that. But when we can, we can. And that's wonderful. That's 12 minutes for 10 minutes of rods and cards, and then 25 for 20 minutes, which again, of course, that goes even longer usually if able. And can, you know, we say both tools, but, you know, we also might use the Seer app and the spirit box and things like that if people are having mediumship reads. And then, of course, the private reads are $40 minimum, but they can go on a long time, and then we stay in contact after that kind of thing. And I would like to add this too. If you're somebody that is worried about being able to make this affordable, but, you know, still want to participate, tipping is always an option, right? Like, that's something that, because I'm not a wealthy person, I am a chronically ill crybaby. I'm joking mostly, but so the tipping option is always somewhere in between. If like, you know, like the whole sort of similar to buy me a coffee thing, like, so I'm just putting that out into the universe. These are the numbers guides gave. I'm going to try and do the best I can to honor them, but of course, new people should see, you know, what's on offer. And there are so many other ways to energetically return the favor. Like, the conversations we're having are wonderful. Liking the videos, sharing the videos, subscribing, all of those things are fantastic, simple, energetic ways to support this channel and anyone else's. And have it be like an energy exchange, an equal energy exchange, right? That's fair and kind on for both parties. But I'm mostly saying this because I need to become more practiced at it. In person, I don't struggle because I've been doing this stuff for so long in person, but I can wrap my head around that a little in a more tangible way, right? Because I either travel to them, they travel to me, all of those times, right? And so that made more sense. Right? Maybe I'm just an old Luddite that needs to get over it. And I'm working on it. So that's why I'm talking about it. So aside from that, we started off sort of and jumped right in today, but Pixie, who's the sitter for this channel, she has her own channel too, DIYs on the Cheap, at DIYs on the Cheap at the YouTubes. Please do check that out. She does amazing craft arts. She also has another channel. We bought a hoarder house, which there's not too much up yet, but like there will be, and it's been interesting. And she and her beloved have been, just filming things over there as we just observe how they go about renovating. So there is that too. I'm glad that anybody that came in, anybody that watches us in the future, thank you so much for giving us your time. And there are a couple people that I've known a while, but have only been coming around here a short period of time that have definitely been skeptics and potentially even a little anxious about some of the stuff that have been willing to have readings and that experience. So like, I'm grateful too that you're willing to be open-minded enough to see how you think and feel about it. So that's wonderful in my opinion. So anyway, for now, we're going to call it a night. We hope to be back tomorrow in the middle our time, but we're grateful that that's in the daytime for a lot of our friends in different countries that we're getting to meet, which is awesome. So thank you so much for being here. Thank you, Pixie, for always turning up. And then, of course, thank you, guides, angels, deities across all religions and spiritualities that work with God Source. God, thank you so much for all of your amazing support. Thank you so much for helping anyone that you're helping and helping me help them. And I want to always remind myself and others that gratitude is like the most important factor because it makes us much happier too. It's sort of a way to be grateful, offer your gratitude, and then count your blessings at the same time. So thank you, universe. We're so honored and grateful for you. And these are just some messages that are important to us here. Have lovely days, evenings, nights, in betweens, and we look forward to seeing every single one of you very soon and getting to meet new people as well. Take very good care of yourself until